Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays Foundry, where you join me back on standing on top of one of my space launch silos, where the vacuum bots were being made, the ones we set up last week. When I finally decided it was time to stop making all of the intermediates on site and just start churning out these robots a bit more quickly. And I appear to not be quite making enough of the mechanical components for that. But well, we'll take a look at that in a moment. Anyway, yes, hello everyone, hello Sophia, hello regular, and yes, 115 stream streak. That's amazing. I feel like I'm not sure that I've been at that many of the streams. That's really good. I'm somewhat gobsmacked. So yes, thank you very much for being around for so long. And so regularly. Yes, that one. Right, so last time, what went on last time? Well, the most exciting thing that happened last time was I developed the orbital laser, which has enabled me to make this rather large hole in this hill over here. That's going to make it a little bit easier to carry on building out this way, because now there is no longer a hill in the way, so that's good. And I think while I and err over what I want to do next, I'm going to put in some more. I'm going to start building some. How do I go downwards? Oh, that button. I'm going to put in some more of this, so that I can start. So I can make those intermediates, the mechanical components, a little bit more quickly. Unfortunately, that's going to require a little bit of digging. I'm not brave or stupid enough to use the orbital laser quite this close to my factory. I think that would just go badly, and I would very, very quickly come to regret it. So I'm going to knock all this out quite quickly with the drill, and then put in some more mechanical component construction. And then we'll take a quick look. I think the next one I wanted to make was screen bots, and I have a feeling there was something complicated with them. Yes, oh yes, I remember. Yes, they were going to require glass, and that's going to be a little bit more difficult to get together because it's going to require getting some sand over here, or possibly just bringing the glass in. Maybe it's possible I started doing that. I honestly don't remember because I have a memory much like a goldfish. But we shall see. So I'm still going to want more of these machines. So actually, you know what? I should control Q there, and then they'll all go down fully programmed immediately. All right, that's probably enough. And then that means I can then run the belt. Oh, I am going to need a little bit of soil in there in order to put in a belt. No, not that way. Wait, yes, that way, because that's the output belt. Okay, fair enough. So I'll run you from there up to about here. And round the other side. And I don't actually need the copper for this one. This is just... Oh, still in reverse mode. This is just going to be a forwards belt like that. And let's just make sure that all these machines are set up properly. They are not. They're all trying to make intermediate... Oh, have I messed up here? No, I haven't. It's just, well, I kind of have. So this row is making mechanical components, but it's also making electrical components as well. So all of these are set up wrongly. So that means I need to come along here and go, actually, no. Could you instead make those things, please? Could you make those things, please? Stop double-clicking, Laurence. Right, copy, paste. No. Paste. 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 There we go. And then along here, yes, I'm going to need short inserters. Like this, except they need to be output inserters. Wow, exerters, if you will. Not up there, that's silly. So copy that, and then come along here. One there, one there, one there, one there, and one over there. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Good to have you around. You're going to be an inserter, not an outserter. There we go. And then along here, all the rest of these can just do that. They can pull up massive quantities of iron and make it all into juicy mechanical components, which are then going to be fed through along here, and we might actually have enough of them to keep everything satisfied and be able to make these robots at the speed to which we wish to become accustomed. Okay, so that's, as I say, is the vacuum bots over here. We've got loads of them coming through. Lovely. What were the previous ones I did? No, that's concrete coming in. Oh yes, this was the construction material for building the space station. I remember, and then all of this was for making that, and also then potentially making these as well. Okay, that seems reasonable. So up next, as I was saying, I think the next one is going to be making. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the robot. Well, what are you? You're new. Oh yes, there was the radio tower and the long range scanner and other sort of modular building systems. We're going to need to look at those. I was supposed to be reading a thing in between streams and finding out how they worked. Let's set up screen bots first, because I think I put in I thought it could fall in the water. Did I put in a system to bring glass over here? And if so, where on earth is it? And am I just making that up completely and I totally haven't done that yet? Glass or sand or something? I was going to say I'm sure I put a glass supply. Oh, here we go. Here's the glass supply. Yes. So I need to split it off from here. So that's being used for the light bots. So I need to split that off from here and run that all the way down there for yet another input. Okay. Right. So at least we've got glass coming in. So that's going to be an important step for making the screaming bots. Now, what else do we need for those? Let's have a look. So that's iron, plastic, green circuits, and glass. Okay, so I can just whack in another machine here. That's 4 inputs, so I'm going to need a lot of space around here, though. So we've got belt, inserter, machine. So we need at least 2 more for the machine, and then 1 for an inserter, and then 2 more for the belts. So if we build out to that distance, that should be wide enough. Let's put 1 machine in as a proof of concept first, because if I get this wrong, then it'll be annoying to rebuild it. Put you there, and I'm going to want you to make the screen bots. That's the robots. That's these guys. Stop double-clicking, Laurence. I know you do that in Factorio, but you don't do it in this game. Right, so we can have N inputs and outputs here. We put in another one of these guys down over here, so I'll need to knock out a little bit more of this stuff to make room for it. But other than that, we've got a decent amount of space here. I should probably demolish a little bit more of the hillside as well, because otherwise it's going to get in the way when I try and build the next set of machinery. And I don't want to be digging too close to existing stuff that I've built, because it'll just all get wrecked. And we don't want that. We don't want to blow up a machinery we've already built, because that took time and effort, and yeah, we don't have construction bots to automatically come out and rebuild things after we mess things up in this game. I don't even have minions. That's the downside of single player. Right, so that is long enough to. I don't know how. Well, I do know how wide these things are. They're 10 wide, which is that big. Okay, so this is in exactly the right place. Whoop. That means I need to come over here and dig out a little bit more of this, and this. Actually, not so much this. That's kind of out of the way. I'll clear it out anyway, though, just for sort of sake of completeness. There we go. Right, that's a lovely, mostly flat area. Oh, no, it's not. I'm going to have to dig out a load more for the to put the foundation in for this. Oh, actually, I could just put it in one higher up. That'd be easier, wouldn't it? So I could then put in a big chunk of this that is 10 by 20. Boop. And then we can put in another spaceport on this as and when we're ready. Oh, but we are going to need to get the power across, actually. So we'll need to dig out like this, and then put one of these in there, and then I guess there as well, because why not? It fills the hole. Okay, right. So that's going to be my next spaceport. Over here, then, we need iron, we need plastic, we need green circuits, and we need glass. So we've got iron right there. So I think come on, there we go. If I extend this from here to, it's going to have to be here, I think, and then whack one of these on the end of that, like that, and then I can put in a corner and a hill. You can be an uphill. Like that. And then more belt along there. Right, that is my, well, that is my first input. I'm going to need to squeeze the other 2 in here somehow, but that's going to be slightly awkward, but never mind. So that's going to be plastic and green circuits, which are, these are miles away. Have I not done anything with plastic or green circuits down here? No, I haven't. Crikey. Okay, so I'm going to need to go and find those, let alone start bringing them in. Right. Okay. So yes, we've got an empty belt here. This could do with a bit of demolishing, I think. So let's do a deconstruction from there to there, and another one from there Just get rid of this belt because it's there and it's not needed anymore, basically. Like that. And I need to be quite careful not to accidentally demolish a load of other stuff when I do this. Wow, that goes off a long way. There's a lot. This was a long belt. This was when I was bringing the plastic in from my original oil refining area before I moved oil refining over to the main part of the factory. So there's an enormously long mark belt dragging it all the way over from over there to over here. But that's fine. We've sorted that out now. Now I can come back into the yeah, there we go. There's the new oil refining area. So down here now I need to split this belt. Boink, 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 boink. And put in one of these guys. Oop, like that. And then, okay, you're going to have to go on along at ground level from here. Let's bring you under here. Actually, we could... If I try and drag that up here, what happens? Problems. Okay, or not so much problems as just nothing. So if that could come to there, then I could bring that along here and it needs to go up. So it's like that. And then... Do I just want to carry on? No, I think I want to loop round and get back over onto the general bus thing over there. So let's go across here, so I don't get too much in the way of that lift. So we'll go up a couple like this, and then up another one to go over the top of this cable. Fine. Then we can go this way. Oh, this is getting silly. And then yeah, we'll bring it along over the top of the money plastic, way along here. Oh, to whoop. Okay, to there, and then we can think about how to get it down there. This is going to be the awkward part because we're really high up with this belt now, which is a little bit silly, but also, and is it a bad thing? Probably, but we'll find out. So I want to put you. I want to put you on the end. So, all right, I'll put in a piece of belt here. Then I can grab the ramp and put it on the back of there like that and that. And how much higher do we have to go? Quite a lot. Okay, so I'll do one more going outwards like that. Yeah, supports to the floaty belts would be nice, but I bet they get in the way of stuff. You need some sort of I don't know. I guess that's something you have to rely on the player for. To have the sense to come in and put in some supports for them, because otherwise the supports are bound to get in the way, just because that's how these things always go. Oh yes, look how well I've lined that up. Take out that, and then put in one of these here, like that, and then a piece of belt there, and that can take the plastic down. Right, that actually came together better than I feared it would. Now, I'm probably going to have some sort of spaghetti difficulties along here at some point, but for now, that's working quite nicely. So, let's go and find the green circuits. They are made from the plastic. Oh, here they are, down here. Yes. Well, that's not at all awkward. Okay, how are we going to do this? I guess it's going to have to be split here out. Wait, oh, I see. No, actually, it comes from over here. What's supposed to be going along this belt? Oh, batteries, fine. I guess I split it here and then bring it up and around and out above this plastic belt. That feels reasonably sensible. If I keep it above the, it is a bit silly, yes. The problem is, in this game, the splitters are quite big, and doing any sort of uppy-downiness is quite difficult, and so you end up not quite out of self-defense as such, but if you're not careful, well, if you don't really plan it, you tend to end up with belts going extremely high up, which I will admit is a little bit silly. Can we go over that? Oh, we can if I drag to. No, we can't. Up. Where does that go up? It goes all the way back there. All right, let's not do that. Let's go back down again. Let's build to there, and then go from there, one up. Yep, along here to here. Let's have a bit more up though, because otherwise I know we're going to have problems otherwise. So come to there. I'm getting better at the 3D building, because I'm learning how the control system works. That's probably higher than it needs to be. Yeah, that's the height it needs to be. Let's build that to there. And then... fine. What's the fixed point? Put a fixed point in there, and then this can go... this can go this way. I will definitely agree that this is a little bit silly. Oh, and I've run out of belts as well. Those are such long belts. Even though I picked up that massive belt, bringing in the plastic from over in the other area where it's making where it's coming from the oil processing, I've still used up all however many hundreds of pieces of belt I had. That's quite impressive. So apparently, in one of the upcoming updates, they're going to remove the clipping problem with the with the cables travelling through the air for the pylons, because people have been complaining is probably too strong a word, but it's been causing issues, should we say? Oh, I need some hills as well. Belt ramp one. Gimme. How's my supply of belt 2s? Pretty good, as long as I don't try and do anything massive with them. I kind of want more belts, but they're all getting just passed away to be made into ramps as quickly as possible. Still, that belt did basically get all the way to the area that I'm trying to build. So let's fly over there. Yeah, so I've had a couple of belts, belts that have hit these cables, which has been mildly annoying. But apparently that's a thing that has been changed in the in the development version, and therefore relatively soon that will no longer be the case. Okay, so I'm going to bring this one down on the other side. So I'm going to do exactly what I did here, but, well, on the other side. Duh. So we'll have an input there like that, and then down ramps, or up ramp. No, these are down ramps. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, like that. So that's the same. And then, because this is one higher, I can't just copy the exact design I did before. So instead, I'm going to put in another ramp here, and then have the corner here, and then another ramp, over here, and a belt like that. Then I can put in my splitter. Use the other placement mode there. Is that the right place? Yes. Yes, it is. And then I can feed, if I've got my numbers right, which I think I have, I can then feed that. Yes, that can feed straight in the back there. And boom, there's my green circuits coming through. Okay, so that's nearly everything. What was the other? Oh, it was glass was the other thing, wasn't it? So I've got iron, I've got plastic, I've got green circuits. So I just need the glass now. Let's extend this a little bit here and here, so I can tell what's going on. There we go. So we saw glass somewhere down here for the light bots. There are the light bots. Here is the glass. So let's pull the glass out there and there. And then I put in another... Give me a splitter. Right, there we go. Another splitter in there. And that... Well, we could bring this along at... I was going to say we could bring this along at ground level, but I think the iron has already claimed that one. But we could bring it along at ground level next to the iron. So let's do that. I'm unashamedly going full spaghetti with this build. You can't make me sorry. Whoop, because just because. Right, so this is going to come along to... Oh, it's just tried to go over something. No, it hasn't. So this is going to come along to here. The problem is that at some point, I'm going to want to bring this iron further along. And it's going to get in the way of something, somehow. So probably what I want to do here is sort of the old Factorio trick of bringing it out the other side, then doing the ramp bit, then bringing it across to over here. So that'll come across at, sort of ground, what's basically functionally ground level. Although then I'll want to bring this along, and that's going to have problems. But that's just going to be more spaghetti. So I'm kind of resigned to the spaghetti at this point. So put you there, and then we'll have an up ramp here, and I have in fact lined that up perfectly. I'm getting better at this visualizing things in 3D. I'm not getting better at designing in 3D, but I'm getting better at the visualization part of it, which is Lovely, and obviously very, very important. Right, okay, so that is now all of my inputs along here. That's gone quite well. So now I need to bring in that and that. I need to bring in that and that. And I need to output somewhere. And I think I'm going to output from the other side to leave a sanity space between the systems in case I realise I've missed something or I need to expand something, or, you know, just for when things inevitably go a bit weird. So I'll put some foundation in there. And then that means, oh, actually, you're supposed to be an output. I know you've got no conveyor, but that's fine. Then we have a belt coming out of here like this. I guess it's going to come across to here. And then we're going to have some down belts coming from here, like down slope. Yeah, there we go. There's some bolts coming out already. Nice. So that's working really well. Yes, the controls are pretty good. The controls are. I tweaked them when I got started to be as close to Factorio controls as I could without really understanding the game. And I'd say it's going. Yeah, the controls are pretty familiar. A lot of it is standard first-person shooter movement controls. Like the movement is fairly straightforward. There are still a few things that I haven't quite internalised, but I think I'm not doing too badly. So I need to build another one and construct. He says, immediately pressing the wrong button. Most of the time, I think I'm getting things right. One of the things I have ranted is too strong a word. One of the things I've grumbled a little bit about while I've been playing is when programming on these machines, you click the configure button, and then I've been double clicking on the thing I wanted to make, and that doesn't work. That breaks it, because double clicking on things like that is a Factorio thing. And this is not Factorio, you only need to single click. But that's a pretty minor thing, and I can fix it very, very quickly. Under control, yes, very good. I see what you did there. There are definitely a few things I'm getting wrong, but mostly I feel like I'm getting things basically right, and it's not it's not too difficult. It's come to me reasonably quickly. Ship's coming down, lovely. What do you mean invalid copy type? Am I too far away still? There we go. Right, one of these guys goes. I can barely see. It's so big. It's such a big building. I can't see to put it down. There we go. Right, so place that, and then I come along here and I go. I'm still one higher than I need to be, so I'll put in another one of these gubbinses like that, and then I can do a belt from here. Not from there. From here. Into. Alright, fine, there. Shipping pad not configured, that's fine, I'll configure it in a moment. Grab that. Right, so then I come over here and I go configure shipping pad. I want to transport from the factory to the space station. That one. And we're taking screen bots. That one. And 50. I'll set this to 50 items because that's what a tier 2 ship can take, so we might as well be as efficient as possible. And in they go. Right, and that is all of one machine making these, and we're not making them quickly enough. We're going to need some more machines, but that is what we call a starting point. And now I can whack down another chunk of foundation like this. I'm going to get through this foundation very, very quickly at this now that I've started just filling in massive holes with it rather than just using the bare minimum. But never mind. I don't know how many of these I should have, really. With all of the other ones, I've done them numbers and actually worked out what the correct number is to get a rate of robots being made. But then all those rates of robots have been far too high anyway. They've been far faster than I've been able to sell them. So that number has been woefully overly optimistic. So let's just do this. It's fine. So one, yes, there. So I'll just doing another 3 machines, and then when we inevitably don't have enough, that's clearly a sign to come back with some more machines and build up some more of this. Copy that. There we go. Without falling out of the sky. There's a control problem in this game. The control key is used to fly downwards, but it's also used along with pressing Q to select to copy something with its settings. So that's a minor problem. It's only a minor problem, really, but it does mean you start to fall out the sky whenever you try and copy an inserter or a machine with its settings. And I can bring that up, and it right. There we go. 4 machines making the screen bots. Lovely. So those are now being made 4 times as fast as they were before, being chucked down into the machine over there. Right. So Mike, I have a question. If I grab my orbital laser control thing, and then I say, actually, I want to be in station management mode, then it tells me I need to make a radio tower. Okay, fair enough. I thought that was probably going to happen. Yeah, but I need a radio tower for that as well. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that because I kind of expected it. But I can now go boom 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 and blow up all the hills, which is nice. Blowing stuff up is fun. Endless entertainment. At least until your orbital laser overheats and stops firing, which it has done. Okay, cool it down, and ready. I am a little bit scared that I'm going to accidentally blow up all of this stuff I've just been building. I'm trying quite hard not to, as you may or may not have noticed, but it is something I'm a little bit paranoid about. But my current plan is basically, I want to carry on building at the same... I want to keep treating the same level as ground level, so I want to carry on building from this height, and that means anything higher up than that needs to be destroyed. Spectacularly and violently by my orbital laser, which has just overheated again. Hello, Battylandy. Welcome, and thank you very much for thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, refueling the jetpack is probably a good idea. I am burning through fuel at quite a rate. So yeah, all right. Let's do that. So over here somewhere, was it you? Are you the one making jetpack fuel? Yes, you are. Yoink. There we go. Now I've got 6,000, almost 6,000 instead of almost 1,000. Much better. Definitely a good call there. Who was that saying that? Regular. Thank you very much. Yeah, keep on paving, basically. I need to have the paving everywhere in order to keep my buildings powered, so it's going to need to go in. And then I suppose I could dig up an enormous amount of earth and then use it to sort of tidy up around the edges of it and make things look a little bit more natural. I won't, but in theory I could. Right, while I'm over here, let's grab 1 or 2 other things as well, like some more belts, because I've ripped through most of what I picked up. There goes another 200. And you know what? I will grab some more of this foundation as well. It's a bit of a shame that you... What's this? Oh, I see. It's how many to lock. That's weird. I feel like that number should be how many blocks of storage to have rather than how many blocks of storage to not have. But never mind. Okay. Was there anything else? Yes, there's assembly machine 2s. I needed those. And they're made over here. Gimme. Only 10 at a time. Jeez, no wonder I don't have very many. Okay, so yeah, the other reason I came over here was to start selling those robots I'm now making, and that means I need to remember where I put my uplink terminal. There it is, that tiny little thing down there. Hello, space station. Right. Okay, so we've got the R&D lab. Let's do a little bit. Okay, so we can upgrade the heavy-duty transport bot. I still reckon improving the weight is the best way to go with those to start with. Over here, the vacuum bot can, take a bit more of that and some more of... Yeah, that one, I think. I thought about it quite hard last week, and I think I remember deciding that increasing the quality was better than increasing the production efficiency, at least for a while, because you just straight up get more money for them. Whereas if you make more of them, then you need to spend more time and effort launching them, so you need more spaceships doing the ground-to-sky job. So I think we'll continue doing the quality, which just makes each individual bot worth more. Once we've done the weight as well, that is, of course. Right. Yeah, there's no worry about creepers in this game, which I'm very happy to say. They aren't going to come out and randomly blow up chunks of my base. The only thing that can blow up random chunks of the base is my orbital laser, or my explosives. Actually, basically, if anything blows up, it's my fault. Okay, not galactic market, galactic map. There we go. So we can now look at all these planets and go, do any of you require screen bots? You don't. You require aquatic hauling bots. So that's the one thing I've not done here for Ororox to satisfy it. So maybe I should. Over here, though, we need screen bots here. So we'll say, yes, please. Sell them there. Close that one. And Luthor, yep, you need screen bots. Ooh, I'm going to completely satisfy this planet's demands. Assuming I'm making enough screen bots. But I'm making all of the robots they want now. And also, yes, all of the one that Salaxian wants as well. Awesome. That's quite cool. To be getting to the point where I'm actually starting to max out some of the planets. That was Belacan. I still don't know what this means. And there's no convenient tooltip to tell me. And this is another one where, again, I'm going to be able to produce everything they need, like that. I don't know if I've got the throughput yet, but at least it tells me about that. But yeah, I don't know what these icons mean. If anyone... I don't know what these buttons do either. Oh, okay. I'm sure I had two pings appear underneath Amuria at one point. I don't know. I don't know quite how the ships work because we don't. There's only one that has one of these bars above it, and I don't know what that. And as I say, I don't know what it means. I also don't know what the crown means. I believe I can use these selections to find out which areas require which types of robots. Oh, if I untick them all, then it just shows everything. Okay, that's actually useful. But I don't know what this blue cog with an arrow maybe with an arrow going into it means. These are my ships flying out towards the various different planets. Although apparently they're only sort of representations. The game doesn't actually simulate the ships. They're just sort of showing you where ships might be. There's one over here that's running out of something as well. So I don't know what that means. Maybe I should be looking in the. Maybe I should be googling these things to find out. Market supremacy makes sense. I was wondering about that. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at this guy. Market share. Market dominance points 11. I have 63% market dominance. I think there's more than. I don't know. These numbers don't add up. Oh, I see. So, okay. So if you add up all of these percentages, they get to 100 between them. So it's not that I have more. I have slightly more than 50% of the appliance market share and 100% of the logistics market share. So yeah, maybe that is what this is. The planet info. There's just static info about the planet as far as I can tell. So I don't know what these are. Let's have a look at this one as well. Is this one where I'm approaching getting the... Yeah, so this one I'm also approaching getting the overall 100% market share. Ororox, I am a relatively small player here because they're asking for... because they're asking for aquatic hauling bots, which I can't provide. Salaxian, this is one where I was providing... I'm now providing everything. Okay, was the one where I previously was providing everything? I think there was. Was it Zarethic? Nope, it was... Fire, I was providing everything. Market share here, I'm providing 100%. And yeah, I don't know. This one, Ororox, has a flower icon instead of a cog icon. Is that a different type of planet? I don't know. I should probably go and look for these. A planet market dominance per sector colour dominance. Okay. Which coloured? I should go and look these up myself rather than trying to ask people to make things up for me. Guess things for me. But yeah, we can. It's sort of. I think it doesn't matter. I could be wrong, but I feel like it doesn't really matter. Oh, I've expanded out this way as well. Falaquarm. You also need screen bots. Okay, so we'll send you some screen bots too, like that. Save. Close. And we haven't gone to Molorum, although they require a lot of things that we already have, so let's go there. Do I have a ship for them? I do not have another ship. Okay, so I need to go back and buy... I need to go and buy an additional spaceship. So we'll have one of these. And then we'll go to the galactic market. No, we'll go to the galactic map, and we'll open supply route configuration here. Ship management, add ship. We have a ship. Supply configuration. Yes. Yes. Yes, and yes. There we go. So immediately we can just drop a ship in there with absolutely everything they need. And maybe I'll just be able to immediately whip the market dominance away from Vitalis Medical, who are basically providing nearly all of it already. If I can just fly over there with all of this stuff, then maybe I can immediately steal market dominance from them. I don't know. The next question is, am I making enough of those screen bots, stop closing the space station, to actually keep that happy? So if we have a look in the products section here, we can see the screen bots. So we've got 100 of them so far. So that seems to be working. I think I also want to go to the sales platform and enable sales of screen bots at regular price. And if we go in here, we can say I want to always keep 200 on the sales platform. So we never drop below that. Average hourly demand is about 2,000. I don't know if that's useful. But the storage of number in storage has got to 100. We'll come back in a moment and see if that's gone up at all. We're still upgrading stuff, which is good. Okay, so I think things are ticking over nicely up here. We're still upgrading the station. We're doing a lab extension. We've got a fuel depot and ship improvements. Okay, so that's when we're going to start actually fueling up our spaceships ourselves, rather than having to buy fuel, which is good. Up here, I've got capacity for 500,000 thermalite, but I was going to say let's go in and pay 200 of it off, but actually I don't want to pay off quite that much, but I'll pay off a little bit while I'm here. So we go to here, make a payment of 150,000. Boop, like that. My debt is actually I've knocked off 10% of that, because that was on 5 million when I started, and I've paid off more than 500,000 of it. So that's, you know, a good start. Ooh, there's a competitors section in here. This is going to no doubt tell me they're all much, much bigger than me. Bagelville down here at market dominance of 53 and weekly earnings of 700,000, lifetime earnings of 1.6 million, and then there are a few others that are a little bit bigger than me. Like this one is literally 1,000 times the market dominance. There was one, something medical. Vitalis Medical was one I am now going out to try and steal market dominance from, but they've got 11,000, so they probably won't miss the 10 or so that I get from that planet. Ah, well. That's probably a good thing, actually, otherwise they might come out and be hostile towards me. Is that drop because of me paying off? Oh, no, it's profit. So, yeah, that's just the final bar is still going up because today isn't over yet. I don't like graphs like this, where the final ping on it goes upwards throughout the day. I feel it should just show finished days, because otherwise it looks like everything has dropped off drastically, which is a bit... Well, it hasn't, so, yeah. Production rate of everything is going well. There's a dip in the heavy-duty transport bots there, but I imagine that's just because we had too many of them. Yeah, all looks pretty good to me. Okay, I think that's... So I've messed around with the space station sufficiently now. So I think the next thing I want to do is get that upgrade in place. It's build a radio tower. Let's look into building a radio tower. So I think that's going to require some assistance for this, because I want to do the construction industry thing, and I need to learn how to do that. So I should look at modular buildings. Apparently, that's going to say see construction industry. No, it's not. Right, build by construction industry buildings. Okay, construction multi-building. I need to be built. Okay, so I need to build a base for it. And then I need a module building planner. Okay, I can probably make one of those. All right, let's just build stuff and see what happens. So, I'm going to want to make a handheld. I'm going to want a module building planner, which is a polymer board and some machinery parts. Well, apparently I have polymer boards. There are machinery parts all over the place because they're a fairly standard intermediate. He says not being able to find any. Here they are. So a few of them. Or alternatively, let's just discover I've got my inventory's full. I don't need this much dirt. I really don't. There's probably a lot of other stuff in here that I actually don't need. Oh, I should put down the BB-8 hub as well. That's a big good idea, wouldn't it? Let's grab some of that first. And now I can make myself a modular building planner. Great. Then I want to make a radio tower, and I think that's from here. So a radio tower requires, wow, okay, iron, steel, advanced parts, and green circuits. So I was going to say I'll just pocket craft this, but I think I might not because just the sheer cost. What's going on here? Oh, is this my science pack? Oh yeah, I forgot I did science packs here. Okay, but along here, I think I should be able to make that because I've got the circuits, the polymer, the iron, and the steel. Steel's over there. Right, so it's the next one of these buildings, which that I'm not using yet, which is this guy here. So I'm going to want you to make me a radio tower. And you're going to need steel, so we're going to need to put in a little bit more belt like that. Fine. And we're going to need, hang on, was it advanced? Yes, it was advanced components, so we'll need one of these guys. Can go here. And then one of these guys here. And then over on the other side, we're going to want circuits and plastics. I thought it was plastic. No, it's that's it. It's iron. Right, so I need to. I'll extend this a little bit like that, and then put in one of these. Boop, and I don't need that. There we go. Okay, so as soon as I've done that, I've immediately run out of circuit boards. I shall go and investigate that momentarily. But over here, how are you getting on with your input requirements? Okay, you are pulling in everything you need. It's just a case of wait for enough to come through, because a radio tower is rather expensive, as we discovered, which is why I'm not handcrafting it. But you've got enough circuit boards, so that is going to build while I go off and have a look to find out why the circuit board supply... Okay, the circuit board supply is still running, it's just incredibly slow. Is that just because that's how fast these machines work, or is there a shortage of something? It's because it's just that's how fast these machines work. Okay. Have I got these balanced correctly is the next question. So along here I've got a machine making cable for a machine making components and another machine making components. Okay, that's balanced correctly up until there. And then I've got 2 machines making green circuits. Now, judging by the number of... I don't know, I don't even know. I was going to say judging by the number of components, but yeah, they're not backing up. So I think that might be correct. Let's have a look. So we've got 2 machines making these. That means we're getting one out every 1.5 seconds. And then these use 2 every 5 seconds. So these are using one every 2.5 seconds each. And there's 2 of them using 1 every second and a quarter. Okay, so that is correct, more or less correctly balanced. These machines don't have quite enough electronic components coming into them. But they're pretty close. They're close enough, yeah, they're close enough that this machine is running some of the time. So if I want more, I am going to have to extend this out further. Okay. Oh yeah, no problem, Sophia. Let's see. What would you like me to blow up? As I'm happy to blow up any of the landscape. I am not happy to blow up my buildings. So I could take out some. I could find a tree to blow up, or I could destroy take a big chunk out of a hill, or maybe take out some of the. Oh, anything. Okay, let's go and do some more damage to this hill over here then, because that is where I eventually want to be destroying. So I need. Yes, I've got orbital laser selected, as it says at the bottom of the screen. Now it's got that yellow padlock symbol on the. Oops, there's a spaceship coming down on the gun itself. So if I press and hold until it unlocks itself like that, and then release, I get a nice little alert sound, and then, boom! The sneeze of the gods. I can just trail that across the landscape, and if the red line on the handset fills up, then the system overheats and it stops working for a few seconds. But while it works, it's yeah, it's good fun and it's kind of effective. Now, be honest, Sophia. Did the kid actually want to see it, or was it that you wanted to see it and you just used the kid as an excuse? Oh, I've overheated it. Let's blow up a tree as well, because they're the ultimate enemy. Boom! Boom goes the tree. Boom? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom! There we go, that's better. That's more like it. I can just hover over here blasting trees. It's fantastic. A little bit more blast. There we go. Okay, I think that's enough mindful destruction for the time being. Right, where was I? Oh yes, green circuits. So over there. Let's put this away. Let's put this away before something unfortunate happens with it, and I start crying. Oh, and also, this is the batteries that are being taken away. So their batteries aren't really being made fast enough. That could do with a bit of a boost at some point. But for now, good. I'm glad. Everybody likes a bit of destruction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So I'm going to put in basically another set of all of the. Oh, actually, you know what I could do before I do that to make things a little bit better is I could upgrade all of these. Boink, 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 boink. There we go. So that's now going to be producing about 50% faster, or maybe even twice as fast. I'm not sure, I don't remember. But it's going to be faster anyway, so that's worth doing. Just upgraded them from assembly machine 1s to assembly machine 2s. And that was 5 machines, so I'm going to need to go up 15. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm full of dirt. I am full of nonsense as well. Let's get rid of some of that dirt. Destroy. Destroy. Because it's a different type of dirt. That's why I had to why it stopped there. 2, 3. Oh, and now I'm full again. Okay, let's come over here. Right. Take anything you can find useful, and also take those as well. Right, that's a little bit of space freed up in my inventory. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then all the way back along here like this. Chop, 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 chop. And then demolish this bit in the middle. La 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 la. I suppose I could have used the orbital laser for at least some of this, but I'm very wary about using it too close to my machinery because I don't want to accidentally blow up big chunks of my factory and then have to rebuild it all, because that would be extremely annoying. Alright, okay, so I can now fill that in like that. There you go. It's not too bad. It just takes a moment or two. Right, and this is where I really wish I had Factorio's copy paste functionality, because I need to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these along there like that, and then I need to set them all up properly. So you are going to be you're going to be making wire or cable, whatever it calls it. You're going to be making electronic components. And this is what I said about double-clicking on things by mistake. You're going to be making electronic components. You're going to be making electronic components, and then the final two are going to be making green circuits like that and that. So then I can drag belt like that, belt like that, and then I have to think about things a little bit. Okay, so the first 3 machines all require require copper. So that one, and that one all need copper. The next 2 need plastic, like that and that. Then, over here, we have the exciting bit where we'll just extend this belt all the way along, why not? And this one all the way along as well, because then they can sort of share parts if there's an excess. There shouldn't be an excess, but whatever, doesn't really matter. Then this comes all the way along there like that. Okay, so along here, since I can reach that, let's say along here we want to output the green circuits there and there, and we want to input the electronic components there and there, and we want to input the wire there and there, and we want to output wire there. So we'll set you as an outputter, and then along here we want to output the electronic components there and there. That should now be everything. I don't know why there aren't any coming out of this machine. Have I made a mistake? No, I haven't made a mistake. It's just the wire coils haven't made their way all the way along here yet, so it hasn't started making them. Okay, that's fine. So that now is more than twice as many. I think it's probably 3 times as many of the green circuits coming out. So hopefully that'll make things a little bit better. Right, now let's go and have a look, see if those that radio tower has been built. So that was along here, I think. Being built here? Yes, there we go. There's my radio tower. So I can grab one of them. Boink. And then let's put that... Let's try and put it in... I don't know. Over here. Let's see what this looks like. So if we look in the backpack, we should find a radio tower somewhere. There it is. Radio tower base, specifically. So that's kind of big. How big are you? If that isn't too personal a question. And you're probably going to require... Are you going to require foundation? I imagine you are. I can't find anywhere that's got a sufficiently big area where there's no vegetation to... Okay, it needs to be fully on foundations. Okay, fine. That was what I was expecting, to be honest. So the radio tower is 11 by 10. That's weird. Why are you not square? But okay, we can do that. So along here, this seems like a likely place. So let's dig out a bit of a space here. La 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 la. Right, that's going to be easily enough space. So now I can select that. So if I put down 10 by 10 here, like that, then okay, there's a couple of things I need to come in and destroy, like this tree and this bush. And then I can fill in the gaps. Select it, there we go. Like that and that. And then I can kick off a little bit like this. And then I can grab my radio tower base and I can put it, not there, but... You lied to me. You said you were 10 by 11. You're not, you're 11 by 11. Fortunately, I can do that. And then get it back out again and drop it in here. Boop. Okay, that's sizable. Oop, there's the panel. No grid connection. What do you mean no grid connection? Do you need to be connected up by... You've got... Yep. What's this? Is this not connected to the power... It is connected to the power grid. Look, comes down here. It's connected to everything. What do you mean no grid connection? It goes to over here where we have full-on coal power stations that are apparently running because I'm not generating enough power. I wonder if it needs to be connected to the high voltage grid. That is entirely possible. So if I do a cable from there to... From there, come on, link. There to... Whoop, okay, we're getting another big one. Fine. There. And then can I connect that to... Nope. I can put it there, but that's not going to be helpful. Okay, so no, you don't connect... You don't connect the this thing with the high voltage connector. Could it be that it's because it's not finished? We've only put in the base of this thing. Because this is very much connected to the power grid. And it's got a ladder on it as well, which is lovely. Yeah, no, it's not high voltage. That was my thought as well, regular, that maybe it's high voltage. But no, it's... Well, it won't accept the high voltage. So maybe it is just because it's not finished. Because there's quite a lot of this building missing. So now it's time to have another look in the help systems and try and work out what on earth I'm doing. So, building base, done that. Place it access start. Once you build it, you can then use the modular building planner. Okay. Which I shall fit into my inventory somewhere like here. So let's put you there instead of burner generators. I don't know why I've still got burner generators. Right, so now I can get this. I can go, oop, hello. And there we go, modular building planner. Excellent. So I can have okay. No construction settings. So go to adjust the configuration, start construction. So do I click on these? Right, so I can put a middle part on the top of that. What can I put on the sides? Power connector. Power connector. Right, so I want to put a... Can we rotate it? No. I want to put the power... So I'll put a power connector there. Right, so that's probably where the high voltage power goes in. That makes a certain amount of sense. And then on top of here, we can put in... I can put in another middle part if I want. I can have up to 3 of... Oh, no, I have to have exactly 3 of them. So a second one and a third one. So it's over here. It says minimum of 3 and maximum of 3. So there we go. That's now full size there. And then I need another one on the top. Boop, like that. And that is now a complete and acceptable radio tower. Down here, presumably I could put additional power. Oh no, I've already got one. I've already got maxed out on that one. So I can't do that. Right. Now I hit start construction. And nothing happens because it needs to wait for construction material to arrive. Fine. So I need to have I need to make a construction ship I need to get construction ships running basically now. So we've got. Can I leave? Yes, I can. Thank goodness for that. Right. So there is my what I'm going to call a blueprint, for want of a better word. And once I've got no, put that away. Eventually we'll hopefully have the wherewithal to build that. And there we go. That little nub on the side there is where the high voltage connector will be. Great. It is indeed huge. In fact, it is comically large, or possibly ridiculously large. Yes, but that's okay. We like it big. Yes. I'm sure it'll be worth it, and we'll have a lot of fun with it. Okay, so back into the help system now. So we've done this. Added the modules, fine. Hit the go button, yes. Need to be turned on at the screen, okay, but it needs to be built first. Adjustment, I don't want to adjust it at the moment. So then the next thing is to go to the construction industry thing. So we've done that bit. Once a modular building has been configured, it acts as a construction site. Yes, like this, basically. It requires resources, construction materials, and I'm making construction material miles away down the other end of the factory bus. That's okay, we can go over there and put something in down there to claim that. It'll also make construction rubble, which we'll need to recycle. Fine, we'll worry about that later when I try and demolish one of these things. Once construction material has been delivered, it needs to be built through construction ships. Okay. A construction ship port houses a construction ship. Ships will fly to any construction site with any construction material available, hover over the construction site and gradually build them. No need to assign to everything is automated. So I need to build a construction ship port. And then maybe a construction ship, or maybe it'll come with one, which we'll find out. Transport ship ports are for... Right, so I'm not quite sure. So I don't know whether I just need a construction ship. So I think I see. So I need a construction warehouse, which I fill up with construction material, as they're showing here. And then I need a transport ship port, which will fly transport ships over to the construction warehouse to pick up the material and take it to the construction area in order for it to be available. Then I also need a construction ship port, which has construction ships, which will fly out to the construction site that has the materials and do the building, I think. So that actually let's have a look in my builder metronomy. Okay, thank you, Scold. I'm glad there's somebody here who actually knows what they're talking about and can tell me whether I've got things right. That's good to know. Thank you. Right, so in the construction metronomeron, are all of these things in here? We've got the bigger shipping pad, but that's fine. I don't care about that at the moment. Is it in buildings? What we've got here? No, I've got the long-range scanners. That's another thing that's going to need to be built, but I can't do that at the moment. What are you? Weapon component, barrel, fine. Decor. It's not going to be decor. It's not going to be handheld. It's not going to be metallurgy. It's not going to be robots or science. It must be in here. It must be a structure. Why don't I search for oh, here we go. So we have construction warehouse and construction ship port. So steel, right? Okay, so I'll set up another machine to make those, and oof. Okay, I'm going to need to make maintenance drones before I can make this. So that's something I haven't made yet because I just thought that was just another robot that I was going to be selling in space. Okay, fine. Have you seen the orbital laser? That's the important question, Viking. So yeah, that one I may have to hand feed the energy cells and the maintenance drones, but that's okay. Well, I'll show you that in a second. So that's construction warehouse, and then there's the transport Dewberry, the transport ship port. That one. That is similar. It requires steel beam. Okay. Right. Okay. This is not easy, but also not unmanageable. So I think if I come over here, is this the right place? Yes, this is the right place. I don't have enough green circuits, but ignoring that problem for the moment, if I come to here, right, I want to... Actually, let's reconfigure this guy. Change the recipe. I actually want you to build my... Oh, I've got more layers here that I hadn't noticed. Right, I would actually like you to build a construction warehouse, because I think all the stuff you've got already is the right sort of... Okay, well, I don't know what happened to all of the stuff that I couldn't pick up, but fine. Oh, it didn't do it because I haven't got room in my inventory. Okay, so let's chuck some biomass, chuck some rocky desert stuff, do an auto sort. There's quite a bit of room there. What else don't I care about? I'm going to get rid of those because I've only got 2 of them. And I feel like I could do with a bit more space in my inventory. Could get rid of the miners. What are you, flare stones? Yeah. There's so much stuff in here that I don't want to... It's sort of kind of useful. Oh, I could put those Mark 1 assemblers into the Mark 2 assembler maker. Like that. There we go. There's a little bit more space freed up. Now, hopefully, I've got enough inventory space to reprogram this assembly machine. So, I want you to make... construction warehouse. I've still got not enough space. It's because I'm trying to take out 600 iron, isn't it? I don't use walkways anymore. We'll get rid of that. I do use power poles of kind of both sizes. Ugh. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Minecraft worldness of this game. That's really good. I'm mostly a Factorio player myself. That's sort of what the channel's built on. It's what I'm best at. It's what I'm knowledgeable at, or most knowledgeable, least ignorant at, should we say? Boop. There we go. That's another block saved up. So yeah, mostly Factorio, but I do enjoy branching out, and I am really enjoying the whole sort of 3-dimensionalness of this game. It's a lot of fun. Right, come on, is that enough? Have I got enough inventory space now to say I want you to make these? Yeah, finally, and also dump my inventory into it because I've got a lot of nonsense now that I didn't really want. Okay, so there we go. This one is now. Are you pulling in plastic as well, or did I tell it not to? Oh yeah, it didn't need to because there was I had enough of that. All right, so pull in plastic. Sorry, didn't need plastic for that thing, that monstrosity over there. Right, I'm not using the screen yet. That's fine. Okay, so you're trying to gather in all of the stuff you need. That's fine. You're doing your best. Then I'm also going to need to make a transport ship port and a construction ship port. And those are going to be the difficult ones. And not just because I don't have any green circuits left. So that's advanced mechanical components, which is these bunnies. Steel, which is this one. Green circuits and plastic, which are on the other side. Green circuits are this one, and plastic is this one. And I need to put the belts underneath for these. And I should have done that first, because that. Well, if I do Y, then I can pull that all the way back through like that, and just easy. And same with that one, like that, and that. There we go. Of course, none of that's going to get through because I don't have any of those things available. But I can at least say I tried. Yes, I think I definitely prefer this game to Satisfactory. It's a bit less. I think it being on a grid base makes it a bit less frustrating in a lot of ways. So yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it, and I think yes, more than Satisfactory, as I say. But it does. But yeah, despite that, it doesn't have the sort of the depth and interest that Factorio has for me personally. But still, as I say, I'm absolutely enjoying it. All the same sort of things, and then maintenance drones as well. So we're going to need more inserting along here of that one and that one. So that's going to be my steel and my components. Then the other two, the green circuits and plastic on the other side. And then I'm going to need to bring over batteries from somewhere. So green circuits and plastic are the two shorter ones. That's this one, and this one. But there's none of those available. So I've got a couple of choices at this point. One is go over and expand green circuits further, so I've actually potentially got enough of them. That would be nice. Go and get some batteries and feed them in. Or I can go off and make the maintenance drones, because I'm going to need those anyway in order to make this guy. But first, I think I'm going to see how we're doing over here. What are you short of? Oh, probably green circuits. What goes into a maintenance drone? That's a mining drone. That's a maintenance drone. More green circuits, and I'm going to need to make hover motors as well. Okay, well that's good. That's presumably is a component down here. That's barrel, weapon component, hover motor, the hover engine, that one. Okay, that's pretty easy. It's just a case of, you know, actually doing it. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining. And yes, waffling and explosion sound like an excellent combination. Thanks for joining, and yeah, catch you next time. Yeah. All right, let's go and get some more green circuits, and some more plastic as well, because this is pathetic. Yes, need a lot more plastic than this. I wonder where the problem is. Is it the machine? Is it that one machine isn't fast enough? Almost certainly. Yeah, we've got 15 litres in the input. Oh, we've not got enough electricity. All right. I think we may be going to have a brief diversion while I go and think about electricity. Okay, then. I've got 600 iron. No wonder everything's slow. Everything's full and heavy. Right, so I'm going to need to head back over to my power production area. It feels like I'm needing power a lot more quickly than I have done before. Right, before. So, I have decisions to make. I have a large power production area over here, where this coal mine is connected to a quantity of steam of the better steam the big steam turbines. So we're generating a load of electricity over there. There's a little being generated over here, but that's an afterthought. I don't want to expand that. So I can either go out and tap these. I can expand this one over here, put more machines on the side here. That's a good point, Regular. I should check that in a moment. I think from what I saw something earlier that made me think it was the production rather than the transformers, but that's a very good point. I shall check that. So yeah, I can either, assuming it is a shortage of electricity, I can either expand this further, and get through this coal patch even more quickly, or I can go out and tap these geothermal vents and get some power from those, however that works, which is going to be another new thing to investigate, which is interesting, but then my brain might go pop because I'm trying to do 4 new things all at once. Or I believe I've started making solar panels and not actually accumulators yet. Or at least I've researched solar panels and accumulators, so I could start building out some of those, but they only work during the day. I think the sensible thing to do is to go out and investigate the geothermal vents and try and get some geothermal power up and running, and get that running, and then maybe put down some solar just to take the edge off the amount of coal I'm getting through over here. So yeah, I think that's going to be the way to go. So let's have a look in construction menu. Right, if I type in geo, yeah, there we go. So I can make a geothermal boiler, which is costs thermalite, lovely, and steel, advanced machinery, and circuit boards that I don't have. Okay, and requires a geothermal vent. That's fine. I expect it to require a geothermal vent. So right, where am I? I'm here. Am I feeding? Hang on, was it flattened thermalite that it required, or tall thermalite? Thermalite sheets, so flattened. Not feeding that into my bus over here, I don't think. I was coming in here for the science production, but it's not being fed onto the bus. Okay. Oh, ignium enriched water. Oh, and I was going to check the power. Let's check the power while I think of it. So over here, I have 2 panels here. Give me some grid stats. Stat me up. Yeah, that looks like, yeah. When it's strained, it seems to be the power sources that are struggling. I would quite like to be able to zoom out here. Oh, and they've said in one of the upcoming updates they're going to give you the ability to label these things. So I could call this one. I don't even know what this is doing. This is probably one of my mines, but I don't actually know. This is clearly one. This is definitely a mine. It's got mining drills and smelters, and yeah, so I'd be able to label all of these. This, I was going to say, this is clearly my main area, but it's not. That's quite small. This is the main area that has many machines in it, including space station terminals and 102 assembler ones, and so on and so on. And yeah, the grid appears to be coping okay. Well, how much power can you get through one of these things? 8 mega and 5. Okay, so it's close to it. It's not maxed out, but it's not far off. So let's put in another 2 of these just because I'd like it to carry on work. I'd like it to carry on working, but it's still the yes, it's still the power generation that's the problem. Although we're there we go. We're strained again. Yeah, so it's up here that we're maxing out the steam turbines. In fact, that's dropped. That might be a shortage of. Ooh, I hope we aren't in a sort of a cascading brownout failure situation. Oh yeah, because there suddenly we're producing 20 megawatts of power, and now that means we only need 14. No, we're not producing enough. Right, I'm going to go over there with some tier 2 belts and some mining drills, and maybe put in additional mining capacity. Belt 2, you. Gimme. Mining drills. Gimme. Right, let's get. Oh, and actually, let's also pick up some more Let's pick up some more generators. We'll do it the easy way, but also we'll expand out and try and get some pump jack, a casting machine, freight elevator, lava smelter, pipe intake, steam turbine. Let's take over some more steam turbines. Actually, what have I got in my inventory? I've got 3 steam turbines. What are the boilers called? Boilers. I've got all of that stuff. Right, so I've got enough to put in another 3. And I've got 600 odd foundations as well, so I should be able to build that out without any problem. Okay, let's go off and investigate that. On the way over, can I have a look in here to read about geothermal power? I can. Okay, so I need to go all the way down to the lava caves. Lavally. Place a geothermal boiler on it for power generation. Uses ignium-based fuel to generate steam at high efficiency. Vents are rare. Geothermal power is a highly efficient supplemental power source instead of full replacement. So it'd be good to supplement it. But yes, it's going to need some ignium as well. So for now, let's do the easy way over here. Yeah, there's not enough. Ooh. There's not enough coming up the the belt from the mine. I wonder if that's because the mining drills are having trouble, or because there's a power crisis. Probably the power crisis. Ah, bumpy head, bumpy head, bumpy head. I guess it's just there's just not enough mining drills here, and they've got slightly too far away. Okay, well we're going to fix that. Like this. In fact, you know what we're going to do. Let's not mess around. Let's not put that there. Let's put that in the hole. Fire in the hole down there. Boom. Right. That's a bit easier than doing it all by hand. In fact, you know what? Let's put another one over here. Oops. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that bit. Oh, I've wrecked a lot more stuff there than I meant to. Damn it. Okay, this is the problem with using the explosives. If you're careless, which apparently I am, you can accidentally trash massive quantities of your resource gathering. Oh, and now the entire factory is going to run out of power. That's lovely, isn't it? Let's clean this up as quickly as I can. And get things working again. Yeah. It's a minor problem. Let's put that one back in. And get that up and running as it was as quickly as possible. What do you mean no power? You're plugged in, aren't you? Oh, no you're not, because the power up top has stopped working because there's no coal being fed. Oh no. Okay, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to pull out this cable. So all the power that's generated is going to be going into the system here, and apparently I can run down this belt, so I might as well. Oh, what have I? Have I wrecked the power? The thing that's bringing the power down as well. Presumably I have. Doesn't look like it though. No, this is all fine. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, this is all fine. There's foundation coming all the way across here and going in here. Why do you not have power? Ah. So does that mean we don't have power up here? What are you? Oh, you're an emergency generator. Okay. Emergency generator hasn't kicked in. What? How is this broken? Oh, it's not broken now. There's some fuel. Right, so we're now okay. Is that because I'm running off the emergency power? But the emergency burner generator. Still at 31. Right, let's take that back out again. And then go back down again. And see if it's happy still. Looks like it. Okay, so maybe turning on the emergency generator gave these enough power to get some coal out, which caused the main generators to start working, and now everything is okay. I am honestly not sure, but that's my theory. Okay, so now I need to take out 1, 2, 3 blocks like that. Run that across there like that. Then we put in more mining drills across here, like. And I could put one here, but I don't want to. We'll put them in just next to the coal patch. 2, 3. There we go, like that. And then put in some ground across there, like so. Belt across there, like so. And then some insertomatrons, like... What was that? Don't do that. That's silly. Like that, and that, and that. Right. So, the scary thing about this means I've used up basically that much of this coal patch. Which is quite a lot of it. And now, granted, this has been generating all of the power for my entire factory for quite a long time. So it's not a surprise we're ripping through it. But it is a little bit scary that so much of the coal has gone. I may need to find another coal patch that's conveniently close to water, and then have to run an incredibly long cable to it, which is rather annoying because you can't just drag and run like you can in a certain other factory game I could mention. Right, so these are all running again now. So I need to then link that and that back up again, and that should power up the entire rest of the factory. Now if I come over here, I think... Oh yes, we've got a transformer here. So I can take a look at the grid stats. I said I can take a look at the grid stats. There we go. So now we're producing a nice juicy 20 megawatts. These steam turbines are only running at... That's about 80% of their maximum capacity, I think. How much juice do these guys produce? Steam turbine. 3.6 megawatts, and we have, what, 7 of them, wasn't it? And we have, yeah, 7 of them. So we can produce about 21, and then some change, 0.3, 3.6, so 21.4, 21, 20, about 25 and a bit megawatts. So yeah, we're using about 80% of it at the moment. That's close enough to all of it that I'm kind of tempted to stick in another couple of generators on the end, and we're now, yeah, that belt's not moving solidly. So I think we have enough capacity to put in a little bit more generation over here, enough coal capacity, that is, to put in a bit more power capacity. Now these things are kind of chonky. How big are they? They are 5 across. Okay, so we want to go from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I want to go 10, don't I? Really, I'm going to put two of them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's time for some of these. Fire in the hole. There we go. It's a slightly bigger hole than I was intending, if you pardon the expression, but it'll yeah, it'll do. And I've left a little bit here. I could have put them... Clearly, I could have put the explosives 2 squares closer to the buildings, but I didn't want to take the risk. So I want you to be that wide and by 10. Look at that. There we go. Everything is easier with explosives. Who knew? I'll put one there and one of those there. And then one of them there. And one there. Looks... Yeah, looks right. And then belt goes... Brr. And inserters go there and there. And we should now see... Yep, that seems to be working. And we just need to plug them in. So fly up here and run that. Can I run for cable from there to there? No, because it's going to run into imaginary nonsense along there. So I need to put in another pylon here for silly clipping related reasons. And I can do that and that. Oh, fish. Ah, they've been doing big improvements of and tweakings of stuff up in space. Excellent. Right, so we've now got 9 of these generators instead of 7. That's a much better number. I think we might be okay for a little while with that. Should I fill in some of this hole down here? I guess that'd be something to do with all this earth I keep picking up. So I can do that, and that, and that, and one more. That. Nope, I haven't got enough for that. Used it all up. That. There we go. It's slightly supported now, which I'm sure will make everybody very happy. Put some foundation in front of the transformer so I don't fall in the hole. I suppose I could do that. Oh, that foundation of that transformer over there. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That is a useful. That is a place where it'd be useful to be able to stand, isn't it? Feels kind of wasteful. So let's just put some dirt there, like this, and let's make it almost look natural. I know it's the wrong colour, but it'll do. There we go. So now I've got somewhere to stand when I want to have a look at the transformer. I've got somewhere to stand when I want to have a look at the transformer. Lovely. Okay, that's going to be enough power, at least for while I think about how to make ignium water or whatever it is that we need for that. So let's... If I have a look in here... where's it going to be? Because there's none of the fluid processing... Oh, it's to do. Ignium enriched water, there we go. So ignium powder and water, fine. So that means I need these things to have a certain amount of coal. So we've got coal, we've got this coal patch here, but running that from here to there is going to be annoying. We've got a bit of water available here. Well, we've got this pipe of water available here. Running that, well, maybe we've got this pipe of water available. So we can get water to here. There is ignium being brought in by belt across here, but there's not a huge amount of it. Yeah, I'm apparently a fairly clumsy giant stompy robot. Yeah, and I built this system here because there was coal and water right next to each other. So this is the perfect place for coal power generation. It requires both of them. This is actually a pretty good geothermal vent because it's fairly close to this ignium patch here. But as we've discussed, I'm kind of wanting to keep this ignium for this thing here. So let's ignore the elephant in the room that is power generation for the time being, and go and work on getting the long-range scanner up and running. And if I can get the long-range scanner scanning long-range, funnily enough, then I'll be able to find. Then hopefully I'll find another place where there is ignium and water and a geothermal vent fairly close together. Or maybe I'll find a place where there's a large quantity where I can just pipe the where I can make the ignium water somewhere central and then pipe it out to all of the geothermal vents. That feels more sensible, really, except for the maximum pipe length limit. But apart from that, it feels like a more sensible way of doing it. And I can make my decisions on these sort of things once I can see a little bit further. Right, so that means I need to fly back over again. I'm going to need to get some. I'm going to need to make some of those little construction robots. These are the maintenance robots. Are they a thing I can sell in space? I'm not sure. They might be. I think it would be quite nice if there was overlap between bots you use on the ground for things and bots you sell in space. But I haven't seen any yet, so I don't know what to expect. The blueprint of my radio tower is kind of ridiculous. Massive thing sticking up in the middle of the base. Okay, so let's go over and see if we've managed to make that storage thing for the construction materials yet. So that's going to be over here. And down here somewhere. I think it's that one. It's around here somewhere anyway, so I can drop in here and have a look. What are you making? Nope, you're making assembly machines. There it goes, this one. And it's still only got 10 green circuits hanging on the wall. So that's woefully inadequate for making any of this stuff. So green circuits are the problem. Oh, and yes, the oil product was a problem for making the green circuits, so I need to sort that out. Over here, that's freight elevators. Okay, well, I don't care about that. So let's go and investigate the oil production and find out. So I reckon the problem is in the is that I don't have enough of. Is it this machine? No, it's this. Trapped. Right, this is this machine. I think that one of these is not sufficient. Because okay, yeah, it's pulling in the liquid polymer and smacking out the polymer board as fast as it can. So it's that liquid. The liquid polymer seems to be okay. There's my liquid polymer input. That's coming out of this machine. Where's your control panel? I want to see I want to see how hard you're working. Where is your control? There it is. Right. This is basically happy. It's got 880 something liters in there. This seems to be pretty good. Okay, so let's put in some more of these over here somewhere. All right. So what are their inputs and outputs? They've got an input of. Go away. I'll work it out in a moment. So an input of nothing from this side. An input of the liquid polymer from that side. Okay, so if I put one in flipped around the other way, like that, then I can do some pipe shenanigans to hook that up. It's going to need some pipe shenanigans because of this other pipe coming through the middle. In fact, I'll put that there, and then I'll adjust this other pipe. Okay, so that's that one. I can put in another one there, and there, and there. This is going to come back and bite me when I try and expand one of these machines and realise I can't put in another one of these refineries because these are taking up all the space. But never mind, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. So this pipe here needs a little bit of adjustment. So we'll take that out, and then we'll turn you into a corner piece. And we'll rotate you that way, and put you there, and there, and oops, there, and there. You don't know proper spaghetti until you're trying to do pipes in 3D. So that goes there like that, and then up here I can put in a cross piece there, and remove that one. And turn it into a T-piece like that. There we go. So that's both of these machines being fed now. I also need to get that oil over to here. Like I say, you don't know spaghetti until you're trying to do something horrible like this. I think I'm going to have an underground pipe, which is going to be an absolute nightmare in the future, but I don't really see how else I'm going to do what I'm trying to do at this point. So let's go down here. And then all the way under here. Yes, I do expect this to be a nightmare in the future, but I don't know. I've got this third dimension, so I'm going to play with it, basically. That's all I can say on the matter. Oh, and then we can come up here. And that's, boom, in exactly the right place. So, right, you are not going to be there anymore. We're going to have a pipe. We are going to have a pipe in here, though, but it's going to be a T-piece pointing downwards. like, what's the other road say? T. That way. Then a down pipe, like that. Then we can put in one of the corners, like that. Then it's more straights. This is awful. I hate it, but I also I'm quite amused by it. So bring this all the way to here. And you know what? While I'm holding this, I'm going to bring this up from there to boom, straight into that water pipe. Hurrah! Who'd have thought it? Right, okay, so we're going to have to adjust this water pipe as well. I think that's water. Whatever it is, we'll need to do some adjustments. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this in. I'm going to draw back down again. Right, and then I want another piece of pipe down here. It's going to be a corner. It's going to be not a corner like that. It's going to be a corner like that. Yes. I can't see what I'm doing. Right, try it again. Corner piece. Like that. There we go. There we go. It's full of yellow now. So that much has worked. Now I'm going to fill in my hole before anyone gets too disappointed in me. Now it's probably too late for that with what I'm doing with these pipes. Right, and then these pipes. Well, yeah. I'm just going to kink that round these ones. No shaming. Like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. And then a piece in the middle like that. And then, oops, like that. And here we're going to have a... What am I going to have here? I want a sort of corner... There isn't a piece that's correct. It's going to have to be a 6 intersection. Like that. To go everywhere. Because I want the 3 areas all sort of on a corner of a sphere. And that isn't a... I don't think that's a piece you can make. But then I can put in a T-piece here. And here, actually, those could have been corners, but never mind. I didn't realise they'd come up alongside by the middle one because I didn't check. Okay, and then we copy this building to this building, and this building, and they should all now start making nothing at all. Oh wait, no, I need to copy this building to this building. Copy this building to this building. This building, this building, this building. Right. They should now all be making... Yes, they are now all making polymer boards. Well, they would if they had any polymer, any oil. Oh, I've missed a pipe. How did I miss a pipe? I don't know. Oh, I've run out of pipe. Ah. I don't think I've used any excess pipe. I'll have to go get some more. It's not too far to go and get some more, at least. It's just over here. There is a machine making massive quantities of pipe for all the machines that require pipe to make them. So I can come along here, grab a handful out of there, come back over, and finish this one off. Like that. Then we have another bit of fun, because we need to get the plastic out of all of these machines and then somehow get it down there. But conveniently, I've left a big enough gap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a belt from here, like this. I wish you could press Y to change the direction the belts are going in after you've started building, when you realise that you've got it going the wrong way. So put that there like that. Then I need foundation here, and I'm stuck on something. It's a cactus. Go away, cactus. Nobody likes you. Right, and and here. Put foundation in. Point. No. Try again. There we go. And in there. And then that means I can put in an inserter or an exserter there, there, and there. They need programming to be exserters. Like, click the button. Like that. And like that. And like that. So that's these 3. I still need to do... I can't get under this pipe. Oh. Alright, I still need to do this one. So I have an exerter there, like that. And another one here, because if I do that, then I can come along here and I can get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and it looks slightly neater. And okay, for the next sort of 10 seconds or so, I'm going to get a massive quantity of plastic boards going through here, which is lovely. But quite soon, it is working through the numbers that are built up in these machines, I suspect. I think that's going to stop being quite so productive quite soon. But while that's running flat out, let's check out the whatever it is, this stuff production. Right, so that's running. It's 190, 180. Got down to 150 before it stopped. Okay, that's approximately sustainable, I think. Oh yeah, it's getting up to full, and it's pausing there, waiting for that to get down far enough for it to finish. Yeah, so that is currently, this machine is capable of producing enough liquid polymer for all 5 casting machines I put in. The casting machines seem to be capable of chucking out this level of polymer board, so maybe it's time to, maybe I should be upgrading the belt here. I think I will. Boop. I really like that you can upgrade an entire belt run with a single click like that. It'd be nice if it did the splitter at the end of it, of course, but the fact that you can do the entire belt run is in one go is fantastic. So that's coming around here. We're using that. Yes, we are using that for the green circuits. So I think I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to upgrade this bit as well to here, and then also, if I can see it, yes, that one there, that splitter, because then we can get a full red belt coming into green circuit production, and we can get a full red belt going into the bus over there. So that's going to make a big difference. And yeah, we'll just throw those in, and that should help with green circuit production. Green circuits are then being split between the 2 different routes here. Some of them going off to make robots, some are going into the bus. You know what, I'm going to set a priority on here, if I can get close enough, like that, to prioritise them coming out onto the bus for the time being, because the bus will take a lot in bursts, whereas the system down there, the robots, will take as much as I can feed it forever. So I think I want to satisfy the bus for now. So we'll have that coming in along here. And then we can... Well, where's it all? What's it all going into? Ah! It's all going into science production. We are attempting to build up massive buffers of science in all of these machines. Okay. I mean, that was okay when we didn't need it for anything else. But now I kind of need these green circuits for for further construction projects, shall we say. And there's not really anything I can do about this, short of, well, I don't know, I suppose I could go along here and turn all of these into excerpt, but no, then we'd end up with science packs being dumped onto them. I could remove these inserters, but then I'd forget what I've done, and the science would just not work. We're not doing any research at the moment, so eventually we'll fill up all of the buffers in all of these buildings and it'll stop. But that's going to be approximately 1 million years before that happens, because, well, they fill up to, I don't know what they fill up to. This one's got to 100 and is still running. The ones at the end haven't even started yet. So it's going to be quite a while until they're satisfied. That said, I do also need a load of these, but I can't pick them up. I do also need to feed a load of these into some of my buildings. Oh, not that. So let's steal all the batteries and see if that helps. I say helps, see if it means that I can then build a bit less along here. I could put in a bypass so it's half that goes straight past science. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, actually. Ooh, we've made it. Oh no, that's the elevator, the freight elevator, isn't it? Yeah, the freight elevator. Do you need anything I've got? No. Do you need anything I've got? Yes, you need batteries. Do you need all of those batteries? What are you making? You're making the transport hub launcher thing. It does seem convoluted, and the whole point of the bus system is you just run a belt down there, and as long as you've got enough input, which is the secret here that we're failing on, then all will be well. So you require 40 energy cells. Okay, so I could take some of these back. Right, so we'll take those. Oh, I'm taking 40. Right, okay, we'll take those as well then, and we'll put those back in here. So that's enough to do one build. It's still pulling in the plastic, and now we've got loads of that, but yeah, whatever. Right, and you can have all of those. I don't know what you yes, you're the construction building. You've got 25 of them, and it takes 10. Okay, so that's all right. That just needs the maintenance drones then. Cool. Oh, green circuits are making it through. Excellent. That's probably because I stole all the batteries, so the science had to stop. But let's pretend that it's because we're now making green circuits fast enough. Maybe we are making green circuits fast enough, actually. Yeah, maybe we are. I think I should. Oh, okay, so now I've put in the fast belt there, it is not full. That looks about half full, I would say. So I probably could have left all of that as reds, but never mind. Okay, so I could come over here and put in some more green circuit production. That feels like the right thing to do because there's so much stuff that needs green circuits that I feel like I should probably start trying to make some more. And it's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 by mistake. 2, 3, 4, 5, fine. And then along... no, not that one. The problem is, the drill is both too fast and too slow. When you're digging up the stuff you want to dig up, it's too slow. But when you're digging up stuff you didn't mean to dig up, it's far too fast. It all happens before your very eyes, before you're even ready to try and stop. So what I need is a thing they've been talking about in the Foundry Friday Facts. Sorry, Foundry Fridays. Let's get the name slightly less plagiarised. Where they're going to make a drill that can take out 3x3 chunks instead of just one block at a time. So you can take out 9 at a time, which is going to be much nicer. Right, gimme. Yeah, and I've forgotten the basic Factorio or basic factory game rule, which is if you don't have enough of something, make more machines to make it. Make it faster, and then if you still don't have enough of it after you've made more machines, work out which of the inputs you're short of and make that faster as well. It's not a complicated system. It's just do it, but more so. Keep doing that. Oh, every time. All of the inputs. Oh goody, there's a massive great rock thing in the way. Have you tried not being there? It does amuse me a little bit that you can destroy such a big rock quite so easily. But you know what? I am not complaining. No, copy the inserter. There we go. Right, so we need 3 of these. 1, 2, 3, and then 2 short ones like that and that. Then over on this side, this is where it gets complicated. We need short input, medium output, boop, boop. I said boop. Short output. We seem to have enough going on here, which is interesting and slightly concerning. And then copy that, please. There we go. And then long outputs there and there. Oh, and medium inputs there and there. Yes, that should be good. Let's extend these belts though, and just because it looks better like that. Right. Oh, yeah, and then I need to program them all as well, because that's the thing too. So you're going to make me my wire coils. You're going to make electronic components. You're going to make electronic components. You're going to make green circuits. You're going to make green circuits. Right, so that's all running now. I do wonder whether I should just put in another one of these machines on the end to deal with any spare bits that come through. And I think I might do that. It shouldn't work much because of the ratios, but whenever there's any overflow, which there does seem to be quite more of than I would expect, then we might as well try and use it up. Put that there, and that there, and there, and there. I'm not actually using those, but never mind. And there, and there, and one more of these in. Like, in fact, better idea. Proper copy, like that. Take that one in. Output it here, like that. And then over here, we need to take in the plastic as well. And that should now be working. Yes. So the question is, how many electric components will we actually continue to get here? How much are we overbuilding by? And there does seem to be enough coming through here that this is just continuing to work. So the ratio is that little bit out. And I did say that the ratio was a bit out, and I've just sort of approximated it with a little bit of hand wavium. But it's good enough, to be honest. I think that is going to use up all of the it's going to use up all of the extra electronic components and then just stop working. But that's fine. We've got all the rest of the machines will be running flat out, probably. Oh. Suddenly, very spectacularly, we have run out of copper. That's a very spectacular running out of copper. It is just gone. And just gone seems like a fair description of this copper patch over here. Okay, well, that's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Well, that happened very, very abruptly. Yes, a trenching tool with adjustable width is roughly what they've made. I think. I think you might have to fly to use it to its absolute best for the sort of things I've been doing. But for digging a 3x3 tunnel, it'd be really, really good. Right. So this isn't completely unforeseen. So I do have a supply of copper coming in from this patch over here that's being smelted and then passed down a belt along here and an elevator and then a belt along here. And then it's emerging sort of in the middle of the bus over here. So I think that's feeding down this way. So I could just sort of go to here and turn a belt round and bring it back up from there. And I think that's what I'll do in the short term. But in the slightly longer term, I'm probably going to need to come over here and put in additional belts coming through this way and have run another really, really long belt through here, probably with another elevator, and then all the way through to here. So that's not insurmountable, but this area here is clearly now somewhat useless, shall we say. Now, I don't think I'm using... Oh no, I take that back. I was going to say I don't think I'm using the copper ore for anything other than just making straight into copper. That's not true. There is a feed going off down here for reasons I've forgotten. Might be explosives related. So I'll worry about that in a bit because there's quite a lot in here. There's 200 in here and it's not exactly flowing quickly. So that's basically okay. But I'll need to demolish all of this and all of this because this is now pointless. In fact, I could do that. I could just straight up do that now, couldn't I? I could do a one of these and start from here and demolish to here, like that. Nearly everything just evaporates. And do another one from there to there to there. Boom. I do like this deconstruction tool. This is really, really good. Do another one over here. So we'll go from there to there, but only up to there because I don't want to take the other one out. At least partly because I don't want to... partly because I knew I was going to run into the inventory space issues. If I auto-sort, I can get rid of some iron. I've got plenty of that. I can get rid of some stone. I've got plenty of that, and I'm going to have even more when I start doing some mining. I don't care about biomass at all, really. Sort that out a little bit. Get rid of the sand as well. Got too many different types of dirt. Can't you just have it all sort into one generic type of dirt that just fills up your inventory in one go, in one type, and then it'll just do the appropriate dirt for wherever you are in the biome. So that'd be nice. Pull up all of that. There is now a giant hole. Oh, this is what I should have done with the dirt. I should have used it to fill in this hole and say, don't worry, there is a hole here, but please try not to fall in it. Like that, basically. And then more as is appropriate. Right, we need another one of these. So from there to there to there. Shoop, and it just all vanishes. It's amazing. I'll do another one over here from there to about there to... Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, and I've knocked one out. I didn't mean to over here. We'll put you back in. Then, actually, I want to take up all of this processing area here, because this isn't going to do anything anymore. Let's take out all of that. I meant to do more horizontal. Let's take out all of this. So I wanted to go from there to there to there. Yeah, we've still got a lot of there's still a lot of foundation in here, but that's kind of okay. It's just a sort of flooring, really. I'll pull up these belts because these could be useful later. And then, yes, I was going to try and fill in the hole here, but no, I've only got 25 pieces left. Have I thrown all of my other stone away? I've got the rocky desert dirt. Okay, we'll use a bit of that as well. I just feel it's sort of for health and safety reasons I should try and fill in some of these holes and make them a little bit less dangerous. And by health and safety, I mean it's mildly annoying to fall into these holes all the time. Right, okay, so I've done that much, which is obviously woefully inadequate because we still don't have any copper going to any of these feeds over here. But if I follow this belt for long enough, yes, here we go. Here is a belt of copper emerging from the ground, like as if by magic. So the I mean, I could split it here. I may have mostly buried the copper belt, but yeah, true. I may have to worry about that later. I probably will. If I pull that out, then I can put in a splitter here, which gets that flowing that way. And then I can bring this round. I don't even know. Oh, it went down there. Okay. Don't do that. This is the downside of 3D. Sometimes it's hard to point in exactly the right direction all the time. Right, so that will come over this way. The problem is now, this entire belt is the wrong way round. And unfortunately, I don't believe this game has a tool for reversing the direction of a single belt. So I should just remove all of that, then come back over here. Oh, and I've run out of space in my inventory because it's full of copper. No, don't put that there. Right, that goes then from there to wherever. About here. We should have... There's probably some splitting off areas along here. And what's going on there? Why is that broken? Okay, I must have dragged through that when I was demolishing the belts. Ugh. Ah, right. This is conveniently. There's an obvious place here where there used to be copper supply. Now I'm putting this in here. This is only going to be temporary because this belt here is clearly not capable of keeping up with all the requirements for both this area and the area down there. In the interest of doing what I was doing before, I'm going to put the priority to this way. Yeah, so I'm going to need to have another belt coming in here. But in the short term, I want to have everything running. So I'm going to sort of replace this belt and all of its throughputs like this. Everything it does along here. I'm probably going to need to bring a third belt out for the bus, actually. So we'll do that as well. I won't bother building that one in just yet. So along here, right, we're going to need to have a three-way split. So that means we're going to have this. Where's my belt? There's my belt. Let's put this one here, and then this one here. Perfect. And now from this, I can then fill in with. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the belt. There we go. Put that there and there. And then I want to go up a tier to yellow belt, just in case. And this goes from here, Y, to here. There we go. Right, so that's the copper supply fed into. Actually, that's science over there. We don't really care about that. But we've got circuit production and some of the robots going on over here, so maybe we care about those. All of this needs to be destroyed. Go for that, please. There we go. I'm still full. Okay, we've got small amounts of dirt. We'll destroy that. Also, I've only got 48 technum rods. It's all this iron that I ended up with when I demolished something a little while ago, and also all of these extra belt parts I've got. Did sorting my inventory give me enough? No, yes it did. Sorting my inventory gave me enough, apparently enough capacity to start doing things like this, which is nice. It's funny how just sorting your inventory can sort of neaten up all the piles you've got and give you an enormous amount of space all of a sudden, which is nice. Don't demolish the steel belt, that'd be bad. This needs to be. Let's leave this alone for the moment because it's got a load of copper on it and I don't need that in my inventory. Okay, why is steel's a bit slow? That's going to be something else to look at and worry about at some point in the future. It's probably because it's rebuilding an enormous number of pipes. Okay, so I have this system here that is producing one yellow belt of copper, which is then all going out this way to be made into green circuits and a few other things besides. So let's go away and get more copper being brought in. I think that's going to be the next thing to do. 1 second. Right. Ooh, click on the right thing. There we go. So I just need to cross over this mountain. Oh dear, what have you been clipping, regular? I'm sure I said something that you are wildly misconstruing and making it sound dubious, even though it's perfectly innocent. Right, so over here I need to have a long yellow belt coming from here, and this is my second belt. So I already built this with some of this with a bit of this sort of thing in mind. Now my next question is. Oh, this is a tier 1 freight elevator. My question is, did I bring a tier 2 freight elevator? And I did. So I can get one of those and I can do an upgrade there. And that is now an elevator that can take 2 belts of input and drop them all down to the bottom end. So that is going to make an enormous difference and allow me to transport, well, without having to put in an additional elevator here, I can now double the amount of stuff that's being carried down here. So the next thing is to go, why isn't there a tunnel down to... Oh, there is a tunnel down to the bottom here. Excellent. Splat. Right, so now I need to expand my tunnelings down here, like this, and build another output like this to carry even more copper away from my mining facility over there. So I put that in there, and I'll put some of that under there, and you ought to be an output. There we go. And then I need to make an incredibly long hole here. And now one of the nice thing is what I've done there is I put in the additional, the faster elevator and started feeding it before I've started spending the time digging this hole. And that means that it's going to spend some time bringing the extra copper down to the bottom of it, and then should have enough in there for the capacity for the copper that I need to start taking away. Now it's also quite possible there's already enough in there from any sort of back pressure that we had before when we weren't using absolutely all of the copper it was trying to provide. But I don't want to rely on that. I'd rather pull this through. I'd rather pull everything through in order. This is going to be an incredibly long tunnelling operation, unfortunately. And because I only have the 1x1x1 drill at the moment, when I initially made this, I couldn't just punch a 3x3 hole through the world, ready for me to put another belt down later. How am I getting on? I can't even look to see how I'm getting on because I can't stand on that belt because the tunnel isn't tall enough. the belt running along the bottom there makes the difference. I am exactly 2 meters tall. You see, I've got up to 200 dirt there. Crush up ones. I did pick up a load of junk from. I've got 3 pieces of glass. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of 2 crushers because they're cheap enough. And 2 iron plates because that's basically worthless. There we go. I've got another three. I can dig up another 600, so I can go and travel another 150. I've no idea where the rest of my factory is, so no, I can carry another 600 dirt, so I can travel another 300 squares. That 300 squares, I'm pretty sure, is going to be enough. And I can't use explosives to dig my way through here because that would just destroy the belts off to the side and right next to me. Maybe I should have explosives mined through here, but actually, if you only want a 1x2 tunnel like this one, mining with explosives is actually a lot slower than mining with the drill because you have to do each set of explosives individually, and that's quite a slow process, flicking back and forth between the 2 tools. Oh. Hurrah! We found the end of the nightmare. Right, so I think what I'll do is I'll go round and past this elevator matron, and then put in another one on the other side of it, and then try and find a way to get everything out from there. And that's going to be the fun part. Yes, for certain values of fun. So I need at least a hole this big. And then going up for approximately forever. Oop, I didn't need to take that bit out, but I did anyway. Never mind. Okay, I can get one in there. Right, so over here, we're going to have this. This is going to come in here. It's going to go up like that. Then it's going to go round like this. And then continue in the same sort of general trend. So I'm gonna hollow out the rest of the ceiling here, I think, before I do anything more. Right, so what does this one do? It comes up, and at the top, it comes out on the far side of it. So it would come up here, which is unhelpful because there's a load of beltage there. So, given that, I could have it come up here. What's going? Please fly. Right, one of those belts is for thermalite. Maybe I should have it come a little bit further over and pop up here, and then it could get up and go into the back of this one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have it come up here instead because there's a lot more space. So it can come up there. Actually, I want to have that should be solid, and we'll have a piece of. I have a piece of belt there, and I'll have a ramp there. And I'll try and link onto that. So let's go back down the hole here, and then punch through this way. I'm just going to... Ah, here we go. This is the belt this is where the belt's coming in. So I'm going to need to take out that. In fact, maybe I should just... What's going to be least messy? Stop falling out of the sky. Leave the jetpack running. Right, let's go an extra square this way. And then I can punch through there, and then start coming back around this way. So I want another one of these here. And then I want to have some belt on the back of that. Am I making this more extremely convoluted and harder than it needs to be? Probably. Right, so I'll do that, and then I'll apparently just fall straight down to the bottom again. This whole area under here can be hollowed out. I don't care. This is just for... Not for show. This is just where this is just a building site. So we can have an opening here. It's like when you have theme parks. You have a load of theming in areas where the guests might see, but anywhere else you just shove what you have big sort of open areas hidden in the dark where so nobody can see them. Right, so we then bring, for goodness sake, then we bring this round like that, and then we have another up in here like this. And then we go, ha, those are in silly places, they can't reach each other. Can I do this better? Almost certainly. Let's get rid of all this again. Start again. So we can have the first. In fact, let's build backwards because it's easier and more. I think building backwards for something like this is a bit easier because we can then just get it to drop in wherever we want to. So we put in a piece of belt there, climber there, and I could put in another one there actually. Yeah, let's just do that. That's a nice easy way to do things. Then I can dig through here like this. Open that up a little bit more. And then it's just a belt coming in here. Here. We're building backwards, game. Work with me on this. Like that. And then I can just disappear up this tunnel I've built like this. Building a massive long belt like this. How far can you build in one go? Is it 100? That'd be a round number. It's not. It's more than 100. It's 114. That is not a round number. And then carry on further and further. How far have I got to go? Okay, here we go. Here's the end. And clip that onto there. And get teleported way up into the sky because there wasn't room for me there, basically. So the game just went, nope, goodbye, yeet, and yes, and yoked me miles into the sky, as is its way. Okay. But if I look in here now, we should see both belts are going in at full speed, and so the copper must be going somewhere. Presumably that somewhere is into my factory. So that means now my second belt over there, yeah, not even 128. Apparently 114 is the maximum length of belt you can make. Yeah. I guess there has, well, I was going to say there has to be a limit. I don't know if there has to be, but there certainly is. Right, so now, can I put this... Oh, that's mildly annoying. Okay, I'll put that there. And then run this round here like that. And then off the top of here and into there. Right. Now, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll wait for the copper to arrive. There it is. And now I can change the priority here to be that way. And, okay, this little bit in the middle here is now probably not actually doing anything at all. Oh, yeah, all right. I'm going to make some improvements here. So I can get rid of that again. I can get rid of that. Excuse me. I can then just fix this belt here like... come on. Snap onto the back of it. What are you doing? Oh, it's just because I've got a red belt selected, that's why. Alright, my bad. So put that there and there. There we go. Thank you, regular. There we go. So that's the copper being fed through there. And now, if I come through here and I get rid of this as well, because it's not needed, and then also these pieces of belt along here, if I can get the right ones and without deleting stuff I don't want to delete, then instead of doing what I've done here with this sort of weird, ugly loop thing going on, get rid of all of that. Oh no, I've lost a thing down there. Also, I've just realised I think I've made a mistake. It's not just that I can't put this back in, which because I can. Right. Yeah, there's two belts coming off there, so I do need to have that splitter in there. I do need a splitter there, which means I can't put in the other ramp there as I was going to. Well, actually, I can. I just need to then wiggle the belt at the top. All right, we'll do that. Yeah, like that. There we go. Okay, copper is now flowing at 2 yellow belts worth. So that's good. I do feel like maybe I need a third one for this belt at some point, because this is currently not being fed at all. In the short term, I guess I put in a splitter here, and I bring some of this over to here and feed it onto that belt, because we're not using enormous amounts. It is part of the mall, so I do kind of. It is going to put a certain amount of load on every so often, but it's not too bad. I think putting in a splitter here and feeding it over from there would be okay, although I'd have to go over the top of the steel. Oh, steel has now caught up again, which is interesting. Maybe due to shortages of copper. But then once I've done that, yeah, the copper will all be kind of okay. I think I'm going to leave this to run for a bit and see if it catches up, because there is clearly a huge demand on it at the moment, but a lot of that might just be trying to fill buffers up. This is where all of the green circuits are coming from, so that's a reason for a lot of copper to be disappearing in here. We do have green circuits still flowing, so that might mean that over here now, have I yet got my storage chest thing? I have. Excellent. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change recipe, because I think I only want one of those, at least for now. So if I do a change recipe, it won't let me because I'm full. Okay. How are you guys holding up? You don't want anything that I've got to give you. Okay. That's a bit rude. I feel like I want to get rid of all of this trash I'm holding in my inventory, so without just binning it. So I'll do that and that and that, and eventually I'll get rid of a load of this. Eventually, a load of this stuff will get used up. You know. How's that? I've still got 200 and something iron. Jeez. We're not going to make any more burner generators. Can I put this at least in things that I still use, like, yeah, speedy belts. Okay, that kind of works. That probably belt ones. You can take some of this kind. Yeah, there you go. And various types of inserters. Okay, that's emptied a load of trash out. Oh, and I've got some more earth now, so I can go and carry on filling in that hole over there. The one that Regular warned me I've built over the top of the feed. I don't think I have. No, we've still got the feed off to the other place here, so I'm going to leave that visible. But I am going to put in a lot more dirt just across the top of here like that. At some point, I'm probably going to come over and dig a hole here and go, why is there an enormous hole in the ground? What's going on? But that's okay. Still got 418 dirt, so let's fill in random gaps as I go around random holes in the ground as I go around the factory. This area I have basically completely filled in already. That's where my starter iron patch was, which is why there's a load of iron ore flowing out of it. But most areas I haven't needed to sort of dig up quite so much, because, well, they're already. I haven't taken very much out, because, you know, everything I've built I've wanted to keep. There is an enormous area over here that is kind of messy though, so let's dump some dirt over here, because it's a way of getting rid of it that at least makes it feel like I'm trying to do things slightly nicely. And I don't think there's any point in putting it in quite as high as I. I'm not going to put it in at the height of the thingy stuff. There's some good explaining. Well done, Laurence. As quite as high as the foundation here, because I don't want to then have to end up mining it all out later. But I will fill in some of the gaps around here with some dirt, just so that I'm not forever falling in holes, and it looks slightly less ugly and a little bit more deliberate over here. There we go. That's most of it gone. I'm not going to worry about getting rid of absolutely all of it, because, well, I'm just going to end up with more of it basically as soon as I do anything at all. Okay, so inventory, auto sort. That looks a lot healthier. I might actually be able to empty that machine now, and then grumble again about having my inventory full of iron probably. So down here, yes, you. Change recipe. So there we go. I've taken everything out of it. Was any of that stuff that you want? Because you've not made anything yet. Yes, yes it was. Excellent. So we can do that. And then same for you. Do you need anything from here? Okay, well let's fill that up a little bit more. There's still no more green circuits available, which is comical and tragic at the same time. So let's then dump that one. And then over here, I've probably got some more green circuits that can go in here. I haven't. Jeez. Okay, that was exactly the right number of green circuits. Oh no, I just didn't have the inventory space to change recipe. Yeah, not enough space in the inventory. Crikey. I do have a lot of steel, to be fair. Alright, we'll destroy that dirt. How about now? Nope, still not enough space. I guess that is quite a lot of stuff. Oh, and it's filling up still. Ah! Oh well. Never mind, I guess. Let's sort of... Ooh, actually, let's take the machine that's been finished. What was that? Yeah, that one. No, that one. There we go. That button. I could do with a place where I can just dump basic resources and they get fed back into the bus. Sure. But I haven't built such a thing. I guess actually, I need the even distribution mod from Factorio, so I can just hit the appropriate buttons. Oh, thank you, regular. Yes, I hadn't noticed that. So I can just hit the buttons and ditch all of the any resources I'm holding into any machines nearby that can take them. How am I doing now? Still got a lot of plastic. But most of this isn't actually resources that I burn. Most of this is buildings now. There we go. There's my construction material. So, I think I need to check how big the this guy is, the construction warehouse. 31 by 21. Really? Are you having a giraffe, as they say? My goodness. That is a building and a half. That's bigger than some of my sub-factories. Okay. Do I need... Can I find a flat enough area to just test whether I need whatchamacallit? Foundation for it. I don't see a flat area large enough for this thing. Yeah, I've heard warp drive machine is somewhat difficult. Right, okay, so I want to put this behind... I'll put it behind this spaceport, so sort of here. And it was... What ridiculous size was this? It was genuinely... That's a transport ship port, which is also probably going to be ridiculous, but never mind. One crisis at a time. 31 by 21. That's just silly. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, I think. It's about there. This is really hard to measure. I've made a hole to fall in. Stop making holes to fall in. There we go. It's really hard to estimate how big an area is when you're just sort of running around with a drill in your hand, because the blocks don't highlight in quite the way in quite the way they do in some games. Right, this is going to need to be a good amount wider as well, I think. Given that I think the other buildings, the spaceports, I believe are 10 wide, so it's going to need to be twice as wide as a spaceport. for a sense of scale, and 50% longer. This is a ludicrous building. I wonder if this is the game's way of telling me I should be building in a slightly different... I should be preparing areas in a different way at this point. I honestly don't know. Right. How big is that? So let's switch over to these things, because these at least we can block out. So from here... So it needs to be 21 that way. So it's out to there. And 31 that way. So that is the size of this building. So if I go down there, dig out from about here, and let's go. Well, let's just flatten this area first, and then see if I can just drop the warehouse in on the unprepared ground. And if I can't, then I can always put in something else. So right, there's no significant vegetation left there. So now I might be able to put... Where is it? I've lost the plot. I mean, I've lost the... there it is. The construction warehouse. Okay, look. I can't see where I'm putting it because it defaults to putting the thing slightly off the bottom of the screen, which is awful. No. Ah, there we go. Boink. Okay, that is, in fact, a large building. Jeez. It's ridiculous. And it does need foundation. Yay! Okay. Goodbye, then. I don't have that much foundation on me. $21 by... That's 20. So I need another. I need that, but another 11. And no, I was not going to dig out the entire area 1 square down to make it look neat. So 11 is that. 11 is that big. So I now, yeah, I need enough. I need enough foundation to fill in this gap here. Okay, time to go and get some more foundation. So the game's quite happy to define collision detection based on the actual shape of things when you're flying around them, but not when you're placing buildings. That's interesting. All right, give me that. Right, let's go and put down some more foundation. 437,000 in the bank. Yeah, I've got a little bit longer before I start to have to pay for having money. And then that goes there. And then, back into my backpack, I get this thing back out again. No, with the other click. Get this thing back out again and go... Let's try it again. Get this thing back out again. I keep using the mouse wheel to try and zoom out because that's what you do in Factorio. Then that goes there. And we get, oh, for goodness sake, that's ludicrous. And that requires... Oh, it even requires foundation. Those are inserter holes. So we need to put in that there. And then that there. No, that won't work. And oh, this needs to be linked. Needs to do a little bit of tunneling because these need to be linked together to so the thing gets power, like this. In the hole? No. Make the hole bigger. Yeah, down here. There. Dig that out. Put that there and then there. There we go, now it's powered. And I can fill those holes back in again. And then, right, what was I doing? Yes. Actually, I won't do this with red belt because I accidentally fed all of my red belts to the yellow belt maker. So put that there, and then I can put in an inserter there. That'll fill that up. And then bring this to over here. Oh, press Y to do it backwards. Bring this over here and down. To here. And then down. And over to here. Pick up a couple of pieces of this. And put in a splatter. Like that. There we go. So now we're sending construction material off over here where it's going to go into the gigantic warehouse. And it's not because there's a belt missing. Where it's going to go into the gigantic warehouse and never be seen again. Right. How happy are you? You are online, grid stats fine, manage inventory. We can have a look in there and we go, oh look, some construction materials appeared. We've not got any construction site rubble yet, so that's good. We can destroy contents. I don't think I want to do that. And I don't want to empty the warehouse because I've just put it in. I want it to have stuff. So that seems pretty good. The next thing on the list is to then try and place the transport ship port, which is also 31 by 21. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay. And it connects the high voltage grid. So does that mean it doesn't need foundation? And instead, so I can just so I can instead of digging a hole here, I can build up an area for it to stand in. And run out of dirt, of course, but you know, we try. And remove some of these rocks that are clearly going to be in the way. And some of the weird bush things that are surprisingly robust, should we say? For and there's a fragment of rock. That's okay. Right, let's use this to measure. So we're going to want to be. It needs to be 21 across again, same as the other one. So that's to there, in line with the tree. So I think that, is 21. Yes, it is. Okay, so out to here. And then bump, 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 and then we find out we're short of, once again, short of Earth, which is a bit bizarre. Fill all that in. Yeah, then there's a huge area here where I just don't have the Earth to do it. Oh, and a big space in the middle here that he's filling in as well. Do I have any other types of dirt? I've got a little bit of stone, but nothing useful enough. I could go and find some concrete that I've made, but I think rather than that, let's just go and dig away at this mountainside over here and get myself a bit more dirt. Because this is, I'm not so much trying to what am I saying? Yeah, I'm not so much trying to terraform and put the thing in particularly neatly, but I do believe I need to have a flat surface to place it on, which is causing issues because that area just wasn't very flat. So I guess while I'm at it, I might as well come over here and dig out space for putting in my next spaceport. Oh wait, this is not the spaceport. This is not the spaceport you're looking for. Spaceport ends over here. This is the that thing. And the next spaceport is probably going to go a couple of blocks higher up anyway. So we'll dig in about here. Oh, and then we find this massive chasm that I've apparently dug with my entrenching, with my orbital laser of doom. Now I do have a chest somewhere that has a certain amount of earth in it because before I'd realised you could destroy resources, like before I just realised you could destroy stuff, I'd been putting it somewhere. But 115, that might be enough. Right, so let's do some filling in over here, like that. And okay, so I need to go from. It's not going to be enough, is it? No, not even slightly. I need another 38. I need to pick up another 32 dirt. Who'd have thought I'd be actually going out trying to get more dirt rather than just disposing of the ridiculous amounts I've already got? This does seem a little bit silly. I'm fully aware. roll on the upgrade to the game where I'm going to get the faster and more effective mining tool, because this is a little bit silly. Digging a hole because you need to dig a tunnel for transporting some copper around or something like that is all very well. It's one thing, and it's all very well, but digging out massive areas of dirt just because you need it somewhere else for a terraforming project in order to put in some sort of ludicrously large building, that feels somewhat sillier. Right, there we go. Now, if my assumption about this we'll find out in a moment whether this needs foundation or not. If I can find it, there it is. So I can put you in. I can't even see where it's going. This is stupid. Okay, a little bit further away. Right, so that goes there. Whoop. And immediately off go the transport ships. Nice. Okay, so this genuinely did not need foundation. No grid connection. Okay, that's fine. We can sort out a grid connection problem by running a cable from probably there. Actually, I might want a third building in here for my construction bots. So maybe I don't immediately run a cable straight through the middle of where it's going to go. Maybe I run a cable from there and put the pylon in here and then link that to there like that. You were supposed to be linked to there, but it's out of range. Typical. Oh, I'm building with large ones. Okay, all right. Let's just go. Let's put in an extra one. So we'll go from there to there to not there. Is that because the tree's in the way? Or is it just because these things are terrible? Okay, let's remove that and see if I can get this pylon in a little bit further across. Because if I have to put in... Actually, let's remove this one as well. And go... Oh, I don't even know I can do this. No, I can't do a cable from there to a small pylon with a small pylon at maximum range. So what if... I guess instead, if I go from there to a pylon at maximum range from that, like this... There we go. And then at maximum range... Can I... No, that won't be close enough. But I can put another one in here and then connect that to there. Right, there we go. Now we have power. Right, okay. Transport ship port is operational. Shutting down the building will call them all home. Ships available 3, ships to task 1. Okay, so I don't know. I was going to say I don't know where the ships have gone. There's one of them. I don't know where the other. Oh, the other 3 seem to be coming back now. That there's power. They're coming back here to land. They just didn't want to land here when there was no power to charge up from, which I suppose is maybe fair enough. Or are they just going to float up in the air? I don't know. But one of them has gone to my construction warehouse and is picking up stuff from there in order to take it off to the presumably to the construction site. Yeah, there we go. One of them has landed here, and one's landed here, and presumably the other two. Yeah. There are a lot of ships in the air at the moment. Now, most of them are, all of these blue ones, they go up to orbit and carry stuff up there. But yeah, my little transport ships are touching down here. Do I have any lights I can put up around here? Because it is a little gloomy. Yes, I've got another 5 light poles. I haven't really got anywhere to put them because I haven't got any spare foundation around here to link to. So let's put a couple of bits of that in. There and there, I suppose. That'll have to do. Then I can go back over to here. I can select those lights. And I can put one there, and I can put one there. There we go. A little bit of illumination. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's put in another one. Oh, it's too far away. Oh no, it's selecting the wrong thing because of weird hitbox shenanigans. I put another one in down here as well, just for fun. Or maybe I can't because it put it in the wrong place. Right, grab that. Try again. Put it in the right place this time. Do as you're told. There we go. There's a bit more light. Okay, so these guys are buzzing around merrily, transporting all of the assembly building material over to the monolith over here. Thank you, Regular. Yes, I will actually go and deal with that now in a moment. So over here, can I look at this? I probably can using this tool. Construction material. Okay, so we've got. Wow, this is expensive. So we've got 1,287 out of the 5,100 required. We're about a quarter of the way through. Great. Still, I mean, that's progress is being made. Oh, look, stuff's being dropped off here. Put that away. By I don't know. I can't see the ship that's doing it, but presumably it's being yoten over here by one of my construction drones. Yeah, the construction drones are an interesting idea. They're not the same as Factorio construction bots, but they will allow me to fly construction material from where it's built over here in these massive drone craft to put it into the into the building site over here, and then I need another building like these ones to launch construction drones, which will fly over there and build up the actually do the actual building rather than just delivering supplies to it. Right. Okay. Let's go and pay off some loan before I have start paying to have money, as well as paying because I don't have money. Right. You finances, debts, make payment. 400,000. Boop. There we go. So now only nearly paid off 20% of it. That's a good start, I suppose. So in the meantime, the R&D lab we have done another research on these. Let's take it up to level 10. Maybe I'll take these up to level 10 and then do the other one. And then do the production efficiency. How you doing, all? Oop, nope, still doing weight for screen bots. La 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 la. Right, okay, so the maintenance drones do get sold as well as getting put into the buildings here. That's interesting. That's good. I like that. I feel that if the things you are selling were things you are actually making for your own purposes, it sort of makes more sense. It's sort of nice to have that. Nice to have the overlap, I think, is what I'm trying to say. Right, why has the fuel depot got a ping? Tanks will automatically be refilled from the stored canisters to keep their levels at 80%, I guess. Fuel is being consumed from tanks from market. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid consuming fuel from the market. I want to consume fuel from tanks instead, because then I'm making it rather than paying for it. And that seems like a good idea, TM. Over here, how are the screen bots holding up? Okay, we are not making the screen bots fast enough to keep up with demand. The rest of them, they're all above 200, so we are. The screen bots are below 200. So the screen bots are not being made quickly enough. Okay, that's a thing that can be sorted. So out of curiosity, let's go and have another look at the galaxy map and see how many of these places how I'm doing it. Yes, okay. So in the time I've been working with Malorum, which has been basically since the start of the stream, I bought this place then, or when I'd done the screen bots, and then started feeding all 4 of the types of bots over to them. And I've taken almost 60% of the market share away from Vitalis Medical. So that's doing well. And these sort of things explains why I'm getting quite a lot of money pouring in. There don't seem to be any of those weird progress bars showing up on the map this time. Yes, that is. I don't know what to make of that. The fact that we had them before, we don't have them now. I don't know. But let's go away from here. Right, money is clearly coming in more than fast enough at the moment, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. In fact, I'm not going to worry at all about money for the time being. I am going to go back to worrying about trying to make this behemoth. So, I'm 2/3 of the way through, kind of, because I've built the transport ship port, which takes the construction material from the warehouse to the site. I built the construction warehouse, which feeds the construction material to the transport drones. Now I need to build the construction ship port, which takes all of this stuff, and somehow I need to go and I need to just I need to. So, I'll go and look at that in a second. Oh, I do have... Yes, I have a machine over here which takes... what's the word I'm looking for? this thing takes the plant matter, the biomass. So we'll chuck that in there, and that can then be fed out to make more explosives. This is what uses up the copper ore. So we're going to pull a little bit of that through. So I guess I need to pull a belt of copper ore over from the mine over there and feed it in here for this to work in the long term. There is an alternative recipe for making explosives though that doesn't use biomass, and I don't know whether it uses the copper ore or not. So we'll check that another time, because ain't nobody got time for that. Right, so yeah, so let's have looking over here again. This is finished, so let's take away those circuit boards and the advanced machinery part. And can we change the recipe? No, we haven't got. Still got. It's going to fill up with. Oh, bloody hell! Right, let's take away its inserters. We don't need you to actually be making anything and filling up your inventory with stuff. There are no green circuits down here, so we are still not making those fast enough, despite me doubling the production rate earlier. This machine here, have some of that. I don't know what your numbers are, which is annoying. And I can't move that. Oh, I can kind of move it. Right, there we go. Except I want this window. Ah. I can't see that machine. Can I close this and keep the... No, I can't close that and keep crafting open. Maybe if I point the screen... There we go. That's good enough. It's not great, but it's good enough. So, it's got enough steel by a long way. It's got enough components. It's got enough circuit boards. It's got enough energy cells. And it's got enough polymer boards. So actually now, literally, all this needs is the maintenance drone. So we do have enough green circuits at this point. So the next thing is going to be fly way over, back over this way. Go, how much foundation? I've got 700 foundation. Okay, that'll do. I haven't got any red belts. Let's get some red belts, because I don't need to build all the stuff over there out of yellow belts. That's ridiculous. Let's get some more red belts. Belt 1. Gimme. Yoink. Oh, and splitter 1. Actually, I probably won't be using splitter 1 so much, but I'd like to have some anyway. And how am I on belt 2s? Let's get some more belt 2 as well. And I think I've got enough of the other things there. Right, back over this way. So now I need to make maintenance drones, which will be going in both for sale and for stealing when I want to make one of these. When I want to make one of the construction doobery thingamy what's it for the bases. So over here, right. First question is what goes into a maintenance drone, which I need to look up here. It is a type of robot. It is that type of robot, and it is thermalite, advanced machinery parts, circuit boards, hover engines, and energy cells. Great. Okay, I have a few of these things. Thermalite sheets, I have a good quantity of those. I think they're being processed fast enough. I need to bring them down here, but I've got them. Advanced machinery parts, I think I'm making down here. Circuit boards, I think are being brought over here, which is part of the reason I don't have very many of them. Energy cells are definitely not. Hover engines are definitely not, but can be made over here. So we need to make the hover engines, which is this bunny, copper, advanced machinery parts, electronic components. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's do that first, because it's easy. And, yeah. So I need 3 for the machine, 2 for the inserters, and there were 3 things that go into making it. So let's take about that much space. Then I can put in a machine here. And I can tell you to make hover engines. Don't randomly fall off the edge of things, even if I put my fingers on the wrong keys. Okay, so we need to bring in technum. No, wait, what? I've forgotten already. Copper, advanced components, and electronic components. Right, electronic components are around somewhere. What's meant to be on this belt? Probably green circuits. Yeah, green circuits. That's definitely green circuits. Okay, this one here is electronic components, so we want that. Can we punch this straight through here? No, there is a belt in the way. Let's go over the top of it then. La 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 la. Oh, we can't go over it. Can go under it. Oh, well, we could go under it if we didn't try to do it quite so soon. So do that. No, 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 no. This game needs a Control Z. Many games need a Control Z. This game is one of those. Right, so that can go under there and under... Whoa! I can't go under there. Well, I mean, I suppose it could go under there as well, and then come back up again. Actually, or it could just stay down there, actually. Maybe that's a better way of doing this. So, I could do that, and then I can take out a couple of... Yeah, take out a couple of these. Then put in my splitter down here. Oh, I didn't bring any red splitters. Ah, fine, I'll use a yellow splitter. See if I care. The splitter goes there. Ramp goes in there, but is an up ramp like that. Boom. Belt links the two, and then we whatever. Is there a gap in this? Is there a problem in this? There is a problem in this. Hurrah! Go horizontal for a bit, and then go down. We need a down ramp. It goes in like whoop that. There we go. So right, there's my electronic component. Electronic components coming through. Now copper. Well, there's iron. There's components. There's copper. So we need to extend that from here to straight on till midnight. I mean morning. Straight until whenever. Can it go over that? No, it can't. Okay, so we're just going to have to come to... Here, I did say this area was turning into a massive, ridiculous spaghetti. And I was not lying to you. I'm going to have a downslope like that. Find the magic pixel. And then continue this belt along here. And we'll go back up again because why not? Oh, no, we won't. I've spaghettied myself into a spaghetti. I feel like there should be space to come through here. I could come across one, go in above the glass. That would probably work. Is it the right height to do that? Yeah, if I don't go down, if I go out instead, so we'll remove that. I get the... Right. Remove that. And then this can go across here like this. And then, if I split it there... Oh, and accidentally dig a hole in a random other belt. That's great. Well done there. Then I can put in a splitter. Splitter. Give me the splitter. Give me the splitter. Splitter. Oh, I don't have the conveyor balancer ones. Okay. Use number 2, which I wanted to do anyway because that's a yellow belt going in. Then this belt comes out from here and goes... That's up, isn't it? I want to go down. And along there. Yep, spot on. Nice. And that goes there. Right, so that's the first two things. Those are probably the easy ones. Then I need the advanced machinery parts. Now, I know I'm building those around here, but I don't think I'm feeding them down the bus, which I kind of hesitate to call a bus. Yeah, there we go. Building them there. Ah, there we go. Yes, I have fed them out onto a belt with us, or at least put in a splitter to take them away. And I've then built myself completely into a corner. There is nowhere that can go. Because if I put a down ramp, it'll hit that. It'll hit this iron belt here. If I put an up ramp, it'll go into these belts above me. If I put in a corner, it'll go into this one, and then a down. I can't put in a corner and a down because it'll go into there. Oh. I want the small sort of single square vertical elevator things that Satisfactory has. That would be easier. Right, can I move this back yes, I can move this back a square. Okay, let's do that. So I'll take out that, and then I can put it back in there, and then that goes on there like this, and I remove that bit of belt and that bit of belt, and then I can do a down ramp here like this. Oh, this is, I agree, this is absolutely horrific, and I should have planned my build much more carefully. I did not plan my build at all carefully. This has just sort of grown organically over time, and is therefore absolutely awful. I guess it could go down again, like that. And then we're into the sort of the area of output thing. Can we fall off though? Go down a bit. There we go. So now we're in the area where these ramps come down with these bots and things on them. So I could come out this way. Can't go under it. Can't go over it. And we could go under it actually. No, we couldn't. Actually, yes, we could. Go under like that. And then over to here. And you know what, we'll put in a splitter because I'm probably going to want these again later. And I'm probably not going to be making enough of them. But that's okay. Put in a splitter, right, and then go back to putting in ramps. But now they're all going to be up ramps because we're trying to get back out of this mess I've got myself into. This probably should have... Actually, let's put this a lot earlier. In fact, let's work it backwards. So, we're going to have a belt that comes from here out to... yeah, right, here. And then a ramp that leads up to it, like this, that goes down to this level. And then I can remove that. And at this point, I can put in the splitter, like that. And boom, just like that, that's coming in. And I've created even more spaghetti in the middle of right in front of where this belt wants to come through, which is going to make that even more fun when I try to bring it out later. So that's lovely. Then you're going to have everything you could possibly need. We just need to give you your inserters. In, out. Okay, so this has been slightly bigger than I expected, but only very slightly. Let's put in a load more foundation anyway like that, because we're now going to have... yeah, so this is going to come out of here. And you're not going to be an intake, you're going to be a output. And there we go, rocket engines, or whatever it was they were called. Phew! Those are then going to be the first... actually, let's put a... I will put a splitter on this one. Like that. And then a belt. Basically, well, I'm just going to loop this straight back round and back in again. Like this. Because I'm going to want to put in another assembly machine, but we're going to assume this is going to be big. We're going to need many, many types of inputs, at least for the moment. And we're going to look at this and we're going to say, I want you to make robots, I want you to make the maintenance drones. And there's 5 inputs for that. So yes, this is going to need to be all the way out here like this. Why is that belt dumb? Try doing it again, but correctly. There we go. So that's my first input for that. What else do I need? So I've got those ones. I've got the hover engines. I need green circuits, which we don't have any of. I need advanced mechanical parts, which we have. Actually, we have right next door. Ooh. Can I do something clever here? Probably not, but I'm going to try anyway. Right, so if I remove that, if I put that in here instead, then I can use a super long guy to get the advanced mechanical components. I can use a medium length one to get the hover engines, and I can put in a short boy here for whatever else comes in on this, at this point. And if I come over here and then I say configure the assembler to do the maintenance drones, and then just give it all my stuff. Right, so that's going to be able to pull in advanced mechanical parts from this belt because it comes to here. It's going to be able to pull in the hover motors that are produced by this one as soon as they come out to here, and they can just be gobbled up go straight into here. And then we'll have another belt that'll bring in thermalite, green circuits, or batteries. Okay. Also, these belts need to be extended a little bit just for sake of sanity. And this one needs to be a reverse belt that goes back out there to about here. And then I need to find the green circuits, which is this one, which, as you'll notice, the observant among you will notice that we have none of those, and therefore that is going to be a problem. I guess I better go back and look into that in a moment. I think I prioritised them. Okay, so this is going to be a... Well, actually, I don't want to put this belt in just yet, but it's going to be here on the grid. I think the way to do this is going to be to come out to this square, which is like one more, and then have a ramp of doom connecting onto there, which isn't going to fit because this belt's in the way. Alright, let's remove those two then. Let's have the first part of the ramp of doom starting off here. This is probably going to put it in the wrong place, I think. But there's not a lot else I can do. Not much else to do with this. So that comes from there and it goes up, and okay, it joins straight onto the end of the of that belt. Well, I guess that just means we're going to be moving the moving that belt across one, because I have no respect for the sanctity of the bus. So we'll put that in there and then link this up along there like that. And there we go. Well, we've got 2 green circuits at least. 3 green circuits apparently. So 2 of those can go down there and be snaffled up by this machine as proof of concept. Then it's thermalite and batteries. Squashed thermalite isn't too bad, in theory. I just need to find the damn stuff. Here it is. Squashed thermalite. Right, so we can take this belt, clip onto there, and then we can see how far this way we can get before we have a crisis. That was pretty good, actually. That was based on my sort of normal standards, how things have gone in the past. I'm quite impressed that I got all the way to here before everything went wrong. So that's pretty good, TM. I need this to come in here. So I feel like the logical thing to do here is to have that again. And yeah, probably just do exactly the same thing again. But this time only going up as high as the squashed thermalite, which is this height. Then I can put my splitter in here and run a belt from there and come out one. Then we can come from there to there, boom, and there's my squashed thermalite being brought in. That was actually not too bad. The batteries are going to be awkward, or at least they're going to be expensive in belt. I'm down to 77 belts. That's not going to be enough. Let's go and get some more of those. The batteries are going to be very, very difficult because I'm only making them in quite small quantities and they're all disappearing into science. Or at least they were all disappearing into science until I stopped making science because I ran out of green circuits. Why have I not got any green circuits? Where is my copper? Wait, what? Where? How have I broken this? Where have I broken this? Other important questions. This belt on the input here has not got anything on it. That seems like a problem. What are you supposed to be? Are you the plastic belt? I think you're plastic. You're not plastic. No, you're... Oh, yeah, yes, you are. Yes, this is plastic. Right, so I've broken the plastic supply to green circuits. That's why it stopped working. Fine. I understand. Oh, I see. There's meant to be a piece of belt in there, like that will pass the plastic through. I must have accidentally deleted that when I was scrabbling away at all the copper earlier. So that feeds in here merrily along here, and then it'll just get swallowed up by these machines. Do I have any plastic in my pockets that I need to get rid of? Yes, turns out. So let's do that. Oh, that's why things weren't running quite as quickly as expected. This machine has not been configured to make green circuits. That's why there was an excess coming out at the other end. That's got rid of all my plastic though, which is nice. Oh, and it hasn't got the inserter on this side either. Wait. No, this isn't supposed to be making green circuits. This is supposed to be making copper cables. That's going to be really bad for my throughput. There we go. Yeah. Copper, component, green, green. Cables, component, green, green. Cables, component, green, green. And then an extra one at the end for fun. As a treat, as they say. Right. That will increase my green circuit production by about 50% over what we had before, because now all the machines should... Eventually, once sort of the plastic propagates through and everything gets running again, we should now have all of these machines running, I think. But that looks like a healthier number of green circuits than I've seen at other times when I've been looking at this belt. Oh, this system. Right, but they are all going that way into the mall, which I don't want anymore. I now want to unprioritize and let them go free. Whew. Right, oh yes, I was going to get some more red belts, because with some more red belts I can then red belts over here. Red belt, I can then get batteries down there as well. Not that I have enough batteries for it to really be particularly worth it, but you know, I'm going to try. What junk am I carrying around with me at the moment? Let's get rid of the stone. Got lots of pipes. Got quite a lot of medium inserters actually. I've got some forest seeds and some more forest seeds. Don't want those. Reasonable amount of dirt. Oh, I should get rid of that, and I should get rid of those advanced machinery parts when I can. And I should get some more splitter wands as well, because I ran out of those. There we go. Okay, there's a good number of these machines working. This one isn't. Why? What are you supposed to be doing, and why are you not? Okay. Right, yeah, so yes, the machines making the electronic components caught up and have filled up their buffers. So because there's two of them, this one is just dumping. Sorry, this one is just dumping its buffer and building more as fast as it can. Oh, and then it's using up what's on the belt. Okay, no, that's fine. That all seems to be probably okay. Maybe, I suspect. There's confidence for you. I was supposed to be getting some batteries while I was out here, and that's these shiny guys here. I guess that's another belt going along above the green circuits. So yeah, we'll just do that. I can pull out that and put in another splitter like this. And then another red belt that just goes from here to here. And then from here... No, stop doing that. The third dimension is difficult. And I'm fully aware that it's not... it is genuinely difficult, and so it's not the fault of the developers that that it's a bit dodgy trying to build things in 3D, and the game keeps trying to get away from me. But it is still a little bit annoying when it does. Right, vertical bus, go. Build that much of it. Just so that when I have a random mouse twitch, it doesn't do too much horrible stuff for me. And this is far enough. Right, build to there. And then... Right, so we need to get this stuff down from here without upsetting too much of the rest of the factory. If I bring it across one, then it's going to go straight down through where the thermalite is going to try and go. If I bring it across one this way, it's going to hit this belt on the way down, but I could probably zigzag that back in and do something about it. So let's try that. Yeah, so I can do that, and I can't do that. It needs to go up again first. But then that puts it in the way of the other things. So I guess from here, maybe I'll loop it round like this. What I should do is spend some time thinking about my 3D Spaghettio bus design and come up with an actual functional design that isn't just me making it up as I go along and making a bigger and bigger mess every time I try and do something, but instead is something that might actually work. I'm probably not going to do that because in a way it's sort of fun just building some ridiculous spaghetti when it's only me who's going to have to suffer for it. But this is getting worse and worse the more things I bring down here. So, but it's sort of fun. I am at least getting all of the things through. Right, so now down here, I need to do some inserter shenaniganery, so I need to put those in there. I need to move this entire building across one, because I have not left room for an output inserter, which is a bit of a shame, because now that's not going to work at all. Oh dear. Actually, it is if I remove that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and now have my medium inserter here, and my other medium inserter here, with you being a output. There we go. Oh, and let's come in down here and program you to be making these robots and have all of my inventory, because I don't want that stuff. Oh, it's making them. Sweet. It's not good enough because it's going to need to have those and also those. So yeah, the reason I've done that, sorry, I should have explained rather than just doing, is because I realised that over here, because of where I've put this down ramp, I can't put the long exerter that's going to unload the actual robots themselves in here because it'll hit that. Now, in hindsight, what I should have done is kept that there and moved this one across, because there is room for this one to go there. It's just a bit late and I'm getting tired and not thinking straight. So yeah, so that can go there like that. We'll have an output belt like that, and turn it into an output. Bink. There we go. Yay, little robot guys. What have you not got? Why are you? Oh, you have got. You are just straight up building. Excellent. Build your entire factory inside of vertical columns. So you mean when you make a bus sort of system like this, instead of having it going across, you'd have it going upwards? I mean, I guess you probably could. It'd be impressively masochistic, but don't let that be a reason not to. Right, I think I might... Oh yeah, I need more machines making screen bots as well. That was the thing I was thinking. Is that a thing to just do right now while I'm here? Probably. Let's double those. I do apologise. I have distracted myself. I shouldn't do that. I should get one thing done at a time. So let's put in a couple of belts here and then go off and get back onto doing things I know I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm not. Right, over here, yes. You are making these bots incredibly slowly, but that's okay for now because I need like 8 of them. That was 5. Well, still, carry on. You've got all of your inputs. 6. So eventually, I'm going to put in another one of these landing pads, spaceports, and we'll ship those bots out as well from here. But for the time being, I want them for making my other infrastructure. So, but while we're waiting for them to be made, I guess I might as well just do a little bit more of this. Make space for another another landing pad. Unfortunately, with my rather slapdash method of mining these areas out, I've missed quite a lot of land out. There's a lot of terrain just floating in the air, which is a little bit weird, but also a little bit Minecraft. Whatever. Well, I probably need to take it out all the way up because the ships do need to fly in and out. So this does all need to go. Even if the building would technically fit, I think that perhaps the spaceships would not like the idea of trying to take off through through a large quantity of wall. Right, they're 10 wide, aren't they? So that's about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think this is going to be a job for the orbital laser because this is quite a large chunk to deal with. Right, so everyone's favourite toy. Let's get this out. Unlock. And alarm. And boom. Boom. I think that's about it, but let's be gratuitous and take out a bit more for the next one that needs to go in. You know, I'll tell myself that. I'm not just doing this for fun. It's because at some point in the future we're going to need to put in another spaceport. So all of this should go. And I shall stop there because I'm getting a little close to these guys. Alright, put that away. It's not safe. Did I bring out another spaceport? Probably not. If I had, would I be able to find it in the list here? Probably not. I don't even remember what they're called, so my chances of finding it are basically 0. So there are so many machines that look basically like that, or that, or that, or you're mostly trying to guess their size based on how big the cubes around the bottom of them are, which is a little bit awkward. What are you? Oh, you're a pump jack. Okay. So from here, I would then want to put in another piece that's 10 by 20, which goes means to there. Have I got enough? I have. Boom. And I don't have another. Oh, they're shipping pads. Okay, of course they are. I don't have another shipping pad in my inventory. Oh, I did destroy one. I destroyed one piece of belt. Okay, that I don't feel quite. I feel a little mildly annoyed is too strong a word. I was trying not to do that, so it's a bit, yeah, that I accidentally did, but never mind. Right, that's my 2 drones. And now I can fly. Now I have the exciting task of being able to fly back over here. I can put the construction drones in the construction. I can put the construction bots in the construction drone maker, or I don't know. I can't remember the names of any of these things. But somewhere over here, probably this one, yes, is this guy that's trying very hard to make a construction ship port and needs some maintenance drones. So if I give him some maintenance drones, then it'll build, and it'll fill up on all this stuff again, once again, which is a bit kind of sucky. Let's take out its inserters, because I don't think I need 2 of these. I certainly don't need 2 of these immediately. I was probably too late doing that, if I'm being honest. Right, and I can come back here. I can take that. I guess we'll leave that in there for now, because there's no way I'm going to have room in my inventory for it. Okay, so this is the other building that I need to put in on the back row over here. And this one, I believe, is... Oh, actually, let's check. Is it the same size as the other 2? I expect it to be. Oh, no, this is only 17 by 11. This is a baby. And it is also connected to the high voltage grid, which probably means it doesn't need foundation. So I can just come in here. If I dig out this bit, like this, and fill in the hole in the ground like that, just for the sake of neatness. I might need to take out a few of these trees and rocks and other sort of, you know, inconvenient bits of scenery. Like that. That looked like an elephant for some reason. Right, I can now hopefully put in my construction ship port here. And boom, construction ship. Oh, yeah. Or alternatively, I can demolish my construction ship port and put it in the other way round so that it's easier to plug it in. So get rid of that. Then we'll get the construction ship port and we will rotate it round 180 degrees like that and put it here. And with any luck, that's going to be too far, isn't it? You can just tell that's going to be too far. If I try and run a cable from there to there, it's going to be out of range. Typical. Right, so there we go. You're now powered. Oh, and it's gone. Zoop. Right, so we now have its construction site is 0%, assigned construction site, radio tower base, excellent. It's gone off to do the building. That's exactly what we want. I don't want to shut it down. I don't care about the grid. I care a little bit about the grid stats. Okay, we have, yeah, loads of power available still. Good. I also care about where my construction drone has gone. There it is. So it flies up about 1,000,000 miles, presumably to get it high enough up that it's not going to fly into anything. I wonder if I can fly up that high. Or maybe it's flown up that high simply because that's the top of the radio tower. Oh, no, it's still quite a long way up. Oh, but it's spitting out maintenance drones now. The 8 of them, those guys come down and they start doing the building work. Hurrah! So this has taken basically the entire stream to get this one construction going because I've had to go out and build up the maintenance drones and the maintenance drones, these guys down there, and the construction ship, and the transport ships that take the goods from there to there, and all the buildings to support them. And that's been the big and hard part here. And I had to reconfigure the copper to come from over there instead of from over here because we ran out of it. And there were a few other incidental bits and pieces as well. But yeah. Ow. Oh, touchdown. There we go. Right, so I mean, how quick is this? Now we've got this running. 10%. All of the construction material has arrived. We've got 10% of it done. I could get that. I presumably could get that building more quickly by having more of these construction ships floating around, and therefore more maintenance drones buzzing around doing it. But for now, at least at this stage, where I'm making only one of these at a time. There is one other building I want to make, but for now, I think just building one of these is probably fairly acceptable. Yeah, that seems to be... That's not a bad rate of construction, basically, is what I'm trying to say. The fact it's 10% of the way in already is not too bad. 17%. Yeah. I'm happy with that. So we'll leave them buzzing away for the time being. And I suppose I'll go over and link up the maintenance drone supply to the new space, to get a new spaceport to link up the maintenance drone supply to, and get that running. I think the spaceports came from all the way over here. They're quite simple things to make. Spaceship pad, yes, there we go. Do I have another one of those? No, I don't. So I need to make one of them. There is. Rather oddly, you have to handcraft an emergency beacon in order to make the spaceports. And I don't really know why, because it's very strange. It means you can't just completely automate the thing. The medium one requires 2 emergency beacons, which again you'd have to handcraft, because you can't. Those don't seem to be automatable, which is very strange. Anyway, got that now, so we can take that over. I've placed the foundation for it already, although I don't think I even need to link the power up to it because it's right next to another one. So I can then run a belt down from here into the spaceport, start shipping those up to space and selling them. I mean, invalid copy target, just some too far away. There we go. That goes there. Lovely. And then we get this belt here. Like that. And then this belt here like that. And coming down to... whoop, falling out of the sky. Down to this sort of height. So is that one more? 1, 2. Yeah, it is. Excellent. So I can then bring a belt from here to... Oh, there is some terrain in the way. Of course there is. So now I can drag a belt from here and bring it over on about this point to here. And then whack it in there. And then over here, we need to reprogram you. Okay. No, we need to reset configuration. We need to configure you to transport from the factory to the station, and you're taking maintenance drones. Good. And capacity is 28, so we'll bump that up. There we go. Confirm. And then that just fills up. Excellent. Over here, we seem to have quite a lot of screen, but it does need to completely fill up before a spaceship will come in, I guess, because the spaceships are the same size as the capacity of the landing pads, I think. Okay, so that is going to be very, very slow at the moment. We're not building these at all quickly. There's only one machine doing it. But rather more importantly, I think, at the moment, is to increase the speed that I'm making the the screen bots at, because that's something we're trying to make large quantities of them. We've got various customers who are interested in them, and I don't want to disappoint them. So let's go in and make some improvements in this area, which means a little bit more of the foundation, like that, and belts then in here, coming along like this, and this. And are these machines all programmed? Did I copy them in properly? I did not. Okay. So we'll copy the settings from here to here, here, here. And then, what is this? These are ones and twos. Okay, that's easy enough. 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 2. And then on the other side, all 3. So go 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, and then copy that one. So I get the output settings. 1, 2, 3. Now I'm expecting this to then use too much of one of the inputs and just not be able to keep up. Have something struggling to keep up. Although that said, well, this isn't working at all. Oh, we don't have any green circuits still. And they're making their way along here. But yeah, we are a bit short of those. Okay, so green circuit expansion is going to be absolutely vital, I suspect. But this area now, yeah, this seems to be ticking over reasonably nicely all by itself. I think it's doing what I wanted. My radio tower construction is proceeding, and I suspect I won't be able to check on it from here. No. Let's fly over it. Give it a poke. Poke, 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 poke. There we go. That's poked. 71%. So actually it's coming along really nicely. It's, yeah, more than 2/3 done. Nearly 3/4. So, green circuits. What's the limiting factor for green circuits? It is copper. Okay. So even with... Oh, we do not have a full belt of copper coming through here. There's some gaps on it. That's not meant to happen. We should have enough input that doesn't happen. Maybe I didn't build it up to quite the level I intended to. But yes, there is a distinct shortage of copper coming through here, meaning that half of my green circuit production is not producing. So I think the answer to this, obviously, is we need more copper coming along this belt, and maybe I even need another copper belt coming through here. So let's head back over to where the copper is actually being produced, and see well, and see whether it's actually producing 2 solid yellow belts flowing in, or whether there's some sort of problem with the production rate. So down here in this little valley over here, I have my copper production system, and yeah, those are not 2 full belts coming out there. Is that because I've messed up the numbers? Is that because there's not enough ore coming in? Right, there is 1 belt of ore coming in, and I believe you get a 50% increase, don't you? Because there's a 2 to 3 happening in the crushing stage, and then a 1 to 1 in the smelting stage. So yes, 1 belt in is 1.5 belts out. So this is actually not sufficient. I need another copy of this in order to make 2 belts in and 3 belts out. Okay. Right, so I guess I'll just build it coming out further out this way. There isn't room on the other side without doing enormous amounts of digging over here, and I don't really want to do enormous amounts of digging over there. So I guess I'll put in another copy of this over here, and then in another mining drill set up down there on the side of the copper, and that'll get me like twice as much coming out. So how big does this need to be? This is using up all of the incoming resource, isn't it? Yes, that belt is flowing in at full speed. Okay, so yeah, we're churning through all of the copper that's coming in, all the copper ore that's coming in is being turned into crushed copper, and then I was going to say, how can this belt not be running freely if this one is? Yeah, we don't have anything building up in these. These machines are approximately empty. Oh, it's because, yeah, we don't need an entire yellow belt supply flowing through here. Okay, that's fine. I don't have to dig because I have an orbital laser, but I also don't want to destroy all of my infrastructure around here, which I will do if I try and use the orbital laser here, because I'm not that careful. And also a massive cantilevered thing sticking out over here will be fine. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But, well, mumble by 12. Need to go to here. Boop, there we go. And there's a little bit of digging required. Maybe I should have orbital lasered this before I put the... in fact, you know what? Maybe we can have a little bit of orbital laser as a treat. Awooga, awooga, orbital laser. Boom. 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 Right, where are the drills? Okay, they're not sticking out any further than they look like they are. There we go. A little bit of careful and very subtle orbital laser usage, and I feel like we've opened that up quite nicely. I was going to say, and we've missed one piece. We haven't missed one piece. It's fine. So that can then be expanded out to there. There we go. Nice little play area. Now this is the sort of point where I really, really, really wish I had copy and paste, because I do literally just want this whole thing again. I don't need anything different about it. I just need exactly the same thing copied over to here. But of course we don't have that, so I'm going to have to do it all manually, and that's a little bit upsetting. Do we need a little bit of, do we need some supports under here, do you think? Like this. Maybe we'll put in some proper supports like that. There we go. And if I do the same sort of thing on the side over here... Ooh, maybe not. And I feel like I could build... Unfortunately... drag mode vertical. Sweet. I did not know that existed, and I'm now very happy to have found it. That is so much better than doing it all than doing it as manually as I was nearly ended up doing. Right, there we go. It is now supported. It is not just a complete cantilever. So I think I'm okay with that. I'll put another one in there just for funsies. There we go. That looks much better now, doesn't it? Okay, right. So now we have the joy of all of these belts. So what have we got? What do we have? Right, so there is a yellow belt that goes all the way along the entire thing from here to here. Then there is a gap, and then there's a row of these things like this. One. How many do we have? 4 on each row. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have a gap of 3 for a belt and the inserters. Then those go there. Then we have a gap of 1 for reasons of sanity and belt wiggles. We could probably fit the wiggles in without, but never mind. And then we just have these going all the way to the end. That's fairly straightforward. So putting in the machinery, actually not too bad. And then over here it's the same, except they're offset 1 because we need to have 2 belts going up the middle. Yeah, putting in the machines isn't too bad like this. I'm not going to say I could get used to this, but this is not awful. It's going to be the putting in of the all of the inserters that's going to be the faff. But then, to be fair, that's more or less the same with Factorio in the early days, isn't it? When you're doing all the burner stage, it's the putting in all of the running along, putting in a row of machines isn't too bad. It's when you then have to run along and put in all of the inserters and power systems to run them. That's when it gets a little bit annoying. There we go. Let's say not too bad. And now what I should have done is copy these programmed, but never mind. It's easy enough to do this with the little doohickey thing. Right, and then it's just a case of coming along and putting in all of these things. So we need a load of these here, like this, and then up here like this. There we go, and back along the other side. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. This is actually the jetpack makes this so much easier. If I was trying to do all of this from ground level, this would be horrifying. But being able to sort of being able to do it from an almost top-down perspective actually makes it manageable and not horrifying to do. It's not quite as good as a top-down perspective, a la sort of Factorio. Was that my last? I've run out of inserters. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, well, I can't finish this off without enough well, obviously I need the inserters to go all the way up and down, up there and up there, and I also need the ones down here to take the resources out of the drills. So I can't get any further than this without inserters. I will carry on building though, because that way I can make sure that I have all of the other resources that I need, and that I don't go back and forth, sort of repeatedly just forgetting things, basically. Right, I want to build from about here, I think. Second one in, and this is going to be 4 wide, and the last one doesn't matter whether it's rock or foundation. That's 5 wide. Learn to count. There we go. And then do I have the mining drills? I think I do, because I ripped up a load earlier. There they are. Drone miners. And they're all drone miner 1s. I should probably start using drone miner 2s at some point, but eventually. I don't think I actually need 6 of them, but no harm in having too many. And this can come along here. I think You know what? I'm going to put in a splitter here. So that inevitably when in the future we start having shortages... Put the splitter in the right place. So when we inevitably start having shortages of resources from the other mining area, we can just pull them through from here. And okay, it won't actually be enough. I'll need to do some shenaniganery with the belts because actually I don't. Maybe I'm not going to do that. There isn't going to be room. Never mind. Okay, this one on the other hand is going to go up to where is it going? It needs to join onto there. So let's do a little bit of up and a little bit more up to there. In fact, then we can bring that along here and in there. Right, so if it wasn't for the lack of inserters, we would now have this. This would now be up and running, and we'd have another couple of belts. Well, another 1.5 belts of copper ready to go. Yes, opening up the area down the side there with the laser was much better and more effective. Oh, I now have a radio tower. Now I kind of wish I'd hung around and watched it actually get finished, but oh well, and never mind. But yeah, radio tower. Gosh. And that should mean if I get out my orbital laser tool, let's just touch down here like that. Right, if I get this out, I should be able to change modes now to station management. Oh. I need to plug in the radio tower. So over here, fortunately, conveniently, I put in a pylon, so I can link that to there. Visit. Now, I have a radio tower that is actually plugged in, so maybe I can produce this. Oh, I'm in station management mode. Can I use galaxy view mode? No. I have a radio tower. Maybe I need to. Do I need to configure it? Oh, okay. I need to turn it on. Beep boop.
Connection established. We can now access the station management screen from anywhere through our station uplink tool.
I don't know why I needed to boop the button. Maybe it uses an enormous amount of power. How much power does it use? It's not appearing. Oh, radio tower, 10 megawatts. Okay, it does. It's using 1/3 of the power of my entire factory. That is what I would call a little excessive. Maybe I should turn it back off again. Until I get let's turn that back off again. Yeah, now I'm using 20, now I'm down to using a mere 20 megawatts. Okay, that's a bit greedy. Next time, I think one of the things I'm going to be doing is going to be generating more power from. So we'll look into the geothermal stuff, I think. Oh, but I also do want to build the other giant building. What was it called? Buildings. Here we go. The long range scanner. So that's quite cheap, and then it's going to require a quantity of parts to make it. Sure, but. Yeah, so let's whack one of those in over here. Requires foundation. Okay, it's 10 by 27, which is kind of ridiculous, but okay, if we must. And we've got this convenient area over here we're not really using anymore, so maybe this is a good place to put it. Oh, it goes underneath this. I was going to start by using this part of the foundation. Okay, let's dig out a hole for it, because I kind of want to build this one. So 10, 27. Well, 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27. And then go back across here again. Hey, I've lined the edges up perfectly. That was not deliberate, but it's sort of satisfying. This is a sort of digging that you can't really use the orbital laser for, both because it's right next to something else I care about, and also because I'm just trying to make a shallow indentation here. I don't want to make the massive holes that are made by explosives or lasers. Now, I suppose actually I could use some explosives here, and then just cover the holes up, which is what I've been doing. I think I've done in other places, particularly right down at the other end of the factory, where I've been blowing massive holes in the landscape with the orbital laser. But it's almost more effort than it's almost harder to get the explosives in the right place. And I'm about halfway through now, so it's a sort of I've started so I'll finish sort of thing, I guess, at this point. Or maybe I'll do this row, and then I'll blow up the rest of them. Maybe if it's wide. Yeah, that's wide enough, just be about worth it. Let's put in some explosives then. There we go. Got nearly all of it with that. It is easier and a bit more fun, and a bit safer than using the orbital laser as well. Right, I have run out of scaffolding, as is traditional. I would like to have another 800 of it. There we go. I should look to see if there's any researches that will give me a bigger inventory, because that does keep being a problem. Boom. There we go. And now I need to make the base for it. So that's going to be... I mean, it's an assembly machine, but I feel like I might as well just put one down loose and hand feed it. Or I could just grab all the stuff myself. Oh, of course, you need foundation. Maybe I'll just grab all the bits and pieces I need and make it by hand, because it's not that difficult. I don't have any of the stuff at the moment, granted, but if I go over and leach it all out of the machine over here that was making my other things, which one was it? Yeah, you've got a load of steel, for example. Can I empty this? No. What if I auto sort? Then can I? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's now emptied. So we've changed the recipe and clear it. There we go. And I probably don't now have the inventory space to do this one as well. That's okay. Right, so construction. I still want to make this. I need concrete machinery parts and components. Hey, Dr. Nightmint, welcome. Yeah, I'm building stuff. I've got to sort of the next level of construction, so I'll show you in a minute once I finish grabbing enough components that I can, because I'm regressing construction as well, because I'm trying to make one of these base units by hand. So I need some machinery parts and some concrete. Machinery parts will be here. I should have checked how many. Should have checked how many I needed before I just started grabbing stuff. I've got one iron plate that can go. I don't care. Yes, destroy it. I've got one copper rod that can go. 5 stone, that can go. Right, now I can grab some of this. How many of these did I need? It was about 20 or 25 or 50 or something like that. It was... Well, I've got them all now. So, right, it's going to get 25 concrete. So, yeah, I've made a massive radio tower, but it takes 10 megawatts to power it. And I do have that much power, but only just. So I'm a little bit wary of just of setting it running. Although although having to go over to it and turn it on completely defeats the point of having it. So right, that should now allow me to construct one of these. Oh, I still need a little bit more concrete. There we go. Now I can make a long-range scanner base. Build that. Right, and then we get the exciting part where I go, where was I going to put it? Yes, I was going to put it over here. And from my backpack, I can find a long-range scanner. Okay, yeah, we'll rotate that to go to put it in there. Boink. Right, so that puts down a construction site. And we can go, okay, that's exciting. There's nothing there, but that's fine. I can then get out my clipboard. And I can go, well, on top of this, I would like to build something. I would like to put a scan module on there. Okay. What else can I put? I can put speed modules. Interesting. So I need to have, okay, I need to have at least one distance module. I need to have at least one speed module, one HVG attachment, and one scan module, but I can go up to 5 distance and speed modules if I want as well. So currently it's going to cost me 4,000 construction material to make this, but let's put a speed module on there and a distance module there. In fact, let's have 3 distance modules. That's double the price of the thing already. Okay, that's a little bit much. Oh, and then presumably on the end here is where I put the HVG, high voltage grid. Okay, yes, so there we go. So that's going to be the power for it. So the 1 speed module is going to mean it's going to be fairly slow. Fine. Why is it not happy? Oh, there isn't room around it to... Okay, there's probably a tree or something in the way. Or maybe it's this is in the way. Let's hope it's the trees and go around and get rid of those first, because that's easy. If there's other stuff, if it's the if it's the radio tower that's in the way, then I'm going to need to move things a little bit further away. But actually, looking at it, yeah, we did have the distance modules were sticking out of the side, so maybe I put it the wrong way round. But let's try this again. So where is it? I've lost it. Why do I have another radio tower base? I'm never going to need a second one of those. But it was really expensive to make, so I don't want to throw it away. Where is it? I can't remember what it was called either, which isn't helping. Scan. No, not that sort of scanner. Oh, wait, no, it's still there, and it's still on the floor. I just need to zap it again with the with the clipboard. Let's try it again. So, scan module, yes. I want 1, 2, 3 distance modules. I want 1 speed module, and I want 1 high voltage grid attachment. There we go. Now the trees are out of the way. I can start construction. Close that. And there we go. It's now turned into this construction, this building site. And if we're lucky, we'll see... Well, I say if we're lucky, we will eventually see from over there that yellow craft should take off. But I think the transport ships are doing a little bit of manoeuvring first to go and grab some... Oh yes, of course, because they have to... Yes, the transport ships will fly over from their landing pad there over to the construction warehouse. We'll pick up construction material from there. They seem to be coming in sort of one at a time, which is okay, fine, be like that. So they'll grab that, and then they'll fly the construction material over to the building site. And once we've got some construction material over at the building site, then the big yellow construction ship can take off, and it can unload maintenance drones all over the construction site, which will do the actual building part of it. I guess they're flying up really high just to make sure they don't fly into my radio tower, which is a little bit silly, but never mind. So here comes the first transport ship. Oh, it's dropping in drop pods with the construction material. In fact, the drop pods are construction material cubes with rocket thrusters on the bottom of them. So fine. Oh, and here comes another bunch of them. So that's getting dropped in there now. So we'll probably see that, yes, there's the yellow ship, the actual construction ship rather than the transport ship. That's flown. Those two, I think, just bumped into each other or just about flew round. That can now fly over here. And then when it gets over here, it can unload the... they are in fact booping each other out of the way, which is kind of amusing. The construction ship is slightly higher up, and so it's not having that problem. But then there we go, it's dispatching its maintenance drones. These guys fly down gradually. And then they start the actual building work. And now if I boop it again with my... with my clipboard, I can see that we're now 3% built, and we brought over 1,000 out of 8,100 construction materials. So it's going to be we're going to be keeping the the transport ships busy for a little while, as long as we don't run out in the warehouse at least. And these guys are going to, excuse me, and these guys are going to get on with the actual construction of this giant building. So that's fun. Let's go and find out how much stuff we actually have in the. Actually, on the way over, let's stop off and pay off some more debt because I have a worryingly large amount of money at the moment. And if I have too much, then the bank will start charging me to look after it for me. But while I'm here, let's do some upgrades on the vacuum bots and on the screen bots and on the maintenance drones. And on the... Nope, nothing else. Nope, no more. And, yes, finances. Doop. Make payment. I'm going to pay off 300 grand. Like that. There we go. Below 4 million. Yeah, things are going well. Alright, we're going to ignore that for the moment. I'm going to buzz back over here. And this is... Yeah, this is me knocking the mouse. This is my warehouse that stores all of the construction materials. So these ships fly in, they grab the construction material and take it off. The construction material is theoretically... Oh, there, here we go. Here's a load of it that's just been made. So that floods through, goes to the splitter, and will just be pumped into the side of the warehouse here. There's probably a control panel on the warehouse somewhere, which I can use to find out how much is in it. Probably. There it is. So I can have a look. We've got we're receiving 10 items per second. I don't know if that's a right now or in general. We have we have about 700 construction material out of the 25,000 maximum it can store. So it might be a little while until we produce the 8,000 that's needed for the long range scanometron. So I think that this is construction material production is going to be the limiting factor for how quickly we can build that, make that building over there. But you can see over there the transport ships are dropping off the resources. The construction ship is still hovering up there with the maintenance drones below it working hard. Yeah, we can just about make them out from here. So that's ticking over pretty well, I think. Things seem to be generally mostly kind of sort of working. Just need to start making the resources a little bit faster. And actually, there is only one machine doing the building. But that said, the thermalite plate production seems to be the limiting factor on this at the moment. So there's no point in putting in a load more machines until I upgrade the amount of thermalite that's being squashed down in the caverns below. So that's going to be a thing to do at some point. First, though, you know what? I want to play, even if it's using about basically all of the power I have and then some. I want to turn on the radio tower and then use the remote control to connect to the space station, just for the novelty value, really, if nothing else. So come in here, touch down. If we look at the grid stats, we can see that we currently are producing 20 megawatts. And yeah, okay, fine. Turn this guy on. Now we're suddenly using 30 megawatts, and it looks like the steam turbines might be struggling a little bit. I don't know. I'm struggling to read. Let's turn it off again. Oh, no. So if this is the amount of the power that they can produce, that they're producing, and this is the amount of power that we need, that we are putting onto the grid. So that's okay. If we turn this back guy on again, then look at the stats. This is now pushing up pretty damn close to the top of what's available, but it is just about producing enough. And having done that, that means I can now use this guy to switch over to the station management. I can now go ping, and boom, I can access the space station from there, which is lovely. For the low cost of a mere 10 megawatts or whatever it was, I can now do this. Let's focus a product. Let's focus on screen bots because that's the new exciting thing. And given I've got more money than I know what to do with, let's improve the lab equipment as well. Play the spirit of radio. All right, good night, Sphere. It is getting quite late. I'm not surprised you're heading off. Well, thanks for dropping by. Good to have you here. I was going to stop that at level 10, but never mind. Right, so I'm now making maintenance droids. Are those worth selling anywhere? Is there anywhere that wants them? And I'm making them for my own benefit mostly, but I feel like if there's anywhere that wants them, I might as well sell them because I'm making a lot more than I actually need. Maintenance drones, here we go. Okay, so Zorethix is also going to have some maintenance drones. Boop, there we go. And Firli is not, Yalaxi is not, Valaquium is not, and Malorum is not. Okay, so there's only one place that actually wants the damn things. But still, we can sell a load of them off there. Back to the space station and the sales platform. So we might as well sell the excess maintenance drones, but I want to keep 200 on the platform, just to make sure we don't get an excessive amount. And we can have a look at storage, and we'll see that, yeah, well, we have 83 of them at the moment. That should go up. We're now over 200 screen bots, so that's going well. We have enough of those to satisfy demand. We do seem to be a bit short of light bots now, which is a shame, but I guess we'll just need to work on it as we go. We could start selling construction material, maybe. Can we sell construction material? Where's that sales platform? No, we can only sell the bots. Okay, never mind then. It's because we can buy it, I suppose. So we're researching. Yeah, we're researching the screen bots slightly more enthusiastically. Fuel depot. Right, there we go. We've stopped using fuel from the market now. We're just using it from the from shipping it up. So that's good. That seems to be working. Galactic market. Nope, don't care about that. Finances. Meh. Sales pop storage. Storage, we've looked at that. Station upgrade. So we're not actually doing any station upgrades at the moment. I don't think that's a problem. I think I'm happy to leave that for the moment. And my upgrades are going to be making more robots to sell in the short term, I think. So none of these things are particularly vital. I mean, I could get more storage space, I expect, but I don't need more storage space. We can ship the stuff out basically as fast as we're bringing it up, and if we're not selling it fast enough, then there's no point in having more of it up there. We might as well just cut down on the amount of resources we're getting through down here. Let's turn this off again, because I'm aware that the coal patch over here that is producing all of my power is going down alarmingly quickly. And so I think next week I'm going to be looking into trying to get better sources of power running. But in the meantime, we still have this construction project going on over here, which is now at 46%. Okay, that's going quite well. We've still got less than half of the construction material in though, so I suspect this has stopped now because we don't have enough construction material. Now I wonder if I stop construction, do I lose stuff? Yes, it does. Okay. So let's not stop construction. I was thinking that maybe I'd build it with fewer range modules on it, so to build a bit more quickly and a bit more cheaply, and then add them in as it finishes scanning at its minimum ranges. I probably should have done that in hindsight, but oh well, too late now. So we'll just have to wait for large amounts of that material to be made. So I think, right, I think this is about time to wrap up the stream because it is basically midnight over here. So I've checked on how all the sales are going, and things are going pretty well. Let's just go up onto the top of the radio tower. It does have a ladder, you know, Laurence. We can use that rather than jetpack. Although, to be honest, this is probably slower and more annoying. Okay, so we've checked on how the space station is getting on with all of the selling business that's happening, and the answer is pretty well. We've got enough of basically all of the robots. Maybe the light bots are a little bit low, but we can give that a little bit of a nudge next time if we want to. I built a couple of massive new buildings. We've got this radio tower that I don't really have enough power to be comfortable using, and we're working on the one down there for scanning out to try and find more resources. So that's going to be really useful. My main concern with that though is getting the resources from wherever I find them back to here. I feel like this game needs some sort of equivalent of trains. Like Factorio trains for transporting large quantities of goods from one place to another. Maybe that could be done with the spaceships, like you do in Dyson Sphere program, or maybe it should be done with actual trains, like in Satisfactory and Factorio, because trains are cool. Everybody likes trains. But as it is, running really, really long belts, like I've done from my copper mine over there on the other side of that ridge line, is a little bit silly, a little bit of a faff, and a little bit. Yeah, I don't really like it, especially as when you then want to expand it, it's a lot of effort to go in and put in another belt going across there to carry even more copper. So maybe there'll be some form of trains in there eventually. Maybe it's just because the game is still early access and they will appear further down the development tree, and I'm just being a little bit impatient. So Yes, trains would be the best version of it, but Dyson Sphere program made do with the long-range transport drones. They were functionally similar to trains, except you didn't have to build the rails, and so you didn't have to worry about congestion, which made them less interesting, but also quicker and easier for the devs and the players to implement. So, but yes, trains would be the correct way of doing it, of course. So yes, in order to get all of this construction up and running, I needed to put in some massive buildings over there to get these drones flying around, bringing the resources in and building things up. I did a little bit of expansion on the power. Didn't do anything on science. Science has remained untouched, but I did make a new type of robot. Did I make two new? Yeah, I made two new types of robot. I did one right at the beginning just as a warm up, and then realised I needed another one in order to make the construction ships. Okay, so. Yeah, I think that's gone. Well, it's been a good stream. I think I've had fun. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it as well. And there hasn't been too much of me just idly digging holes. And most of the time when I've been digging holes, I've been doing it the fun way with the Zappamatron, which is a lot more interesting than doing it the old-fashioned way. I don't like that tree. Lose that tree. That's not the tree. Shoot the tree. There we go. Yes, it's a lot more fun blowing things up with the orbital laser than it is digging your way through endless ground routes. So maybe what I should have done in hindsight is waited a little bit and then dug a massive trench with the orbital laser all the way across there to bring the copper through, and that would have made it easier to run subsequent belts. But you know, you live and learn. Yeah. So the game does need a tunnel bore tool. Now that is. One of the Foundry Friday blog posts, I wonder where they got the name from, has talked about producing a mining laser that is a 3x3 square, or a 2x2 or a 1x1 as we've got at the moment, and that should make digging a 3x3 tunnel, which is, to be honest, the optimum size of tunnel, a lot quicker and a lot easier. So. Maybe that'll come out in a future. Well, that will come in a future update. Maybe it won't be too far away. So I'm looking forward to finding that. Okay, so let's see. It is Wednesday. No, actually, technically it's now Thursday, but it's sort of Wednesday today. So there will be Factorio videos coming out tomorrow and Friday. Those will have updates from the Planetary Pioneers series. So keep an eye out for those. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on them. That will give us, more updates of what's going on in the channel. If you're a supporter, you get access to videos a week early. If you're not, you don't. And then we'll be back on Monday for another Factorio Planetary Pioneers stream with all 5 of us, carrying on with, I don't know, what are we doing? Well, Vulcanus is where we're going at the moment. So we'll be going out there and poking at some hot rocks and seeing how things go. And of course, I'll be back next Wednesday for some more Foundry. Looking forward to it. I think there's still plenty of stuff to be working on in this game, and maybe the factory. Well, yes, the factory will grow because apparently they must. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night, No Guard. Good night, Regular. Sophia's gone. Good night, everyone else who's still watching. Good to have you around. Thanks for being here.